Hola, hola, probando Pablo, check, 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 probando. Check, check, perfecto.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
new challenges in the European biodiversity strategy, because with the nature restoration law, there has been set targeted goals for nature restoration on land as well as in the marine environment. These goals have a new perspective to environmental protection, from being focused on pressure factors like eutrophication, fisheries, dredging, all physical activities on the sea floor, to now actively engaging in restoring the habitats, restoring the marine environment, restoring ecosystem functions, in the view of accepting that it's not enough to control the pressure factors. In order to get to a healthy environment, a healthy marine environment, we also need to do active efforts to restore lost habitats. For us working in the Center for Marine Nature Restoration, it is important that we have a very wide span of targets, ranging from the United Nations Declaration on Ecosystem Restoration, the Target 2 on the requirement to restore both on land and in the sea, to actually local activities funded by Danish foundations like Velux Foundation. And that we, as a group, is built from different universities and different local organizations, so we can actually work across disciplines, across knowledge, as a collaboration. We are financed by the Ministry of Environment and Velux Foundation, and to us it's very important that we can give advice both on a national level and to a local level, where the local foundations like Velux Foundation is important in supporting marine nature restoration efforts in Denmark. Are currently taking place all over the globe. We are very focused on giving advice both to local instances but also to the government. In relation to the government, European countries have recently been faced with new challenges in the European biodiversity strategy, because with the nature restoration law, there has been set targeted goals for nature restoration on land as well as in the marine environment. These goals have a new perspective to environmental protection, from being focused on pressure factors like eutrophication, fisheries, dredging, all physical activities on the sea floor, to now actively engaging in restoring the habitats, restoring the marine environment, restoring ecosystem functions, in the view of accepting that it's not enough to control the pressure factors. In order to get to a healthy environment, a healthy marine environment, we also need to do active efforts to restore lost habitats. For us working in the Center for Marine Nature Restoration, it is important that we have a very wide span of targets, ranging from the United Nations Declaration on Ecosystem Restoration, the Target 2 on the requirement to restore both on land and in the sea, to actually local activities funded by Danish foundations like Velux Foundation. And that we, as a group, is built from different universities and different local organizations, so we can actually work across disciplines, across knowledge, as a collaboration. We are financed by the Ministry of Environment
check.
and
One,
Velux
two.
Foundation, and to us it's very
Two,
important
one,
that
two.
we can
Check.
give advice both on a national level and to a local level, where the local foundations like Velux Foundation is important in supporting marine nature restoration efforts in Denmark.
But it's delayed, no? Well, delay is normal, pero la audio
universities and local institutions that made it possible to cover all aspects of ecosystem services and ecosystem restoration. We are in the center making a lot of different efforts in order to support nature restoration in Denmark. This spans from making best practice manuals, site selection tools, but also in relation to assessing the impact of the nature restoration efforts being made. This is in particular important because with nature restoration follows a number of ecosystem services that are related directly to some of the goals set both nationally, on a European level, and in relation to the United Nations ecosystem restoration services that are currently taking place all over the globe. We are very focused on giving advice both to local instances but also to the government. In relation to the government, European countries have recently been faced with new challenges in the European biodiversity strategy because with the nature restoration law there has been set targeted goals for nature restoration on land as well as in the marine environment. These goals have a new perspective to environmental protection, from being focused on pressure factors like eutrophication, fisheries, dredging, or physical activities. The Danish Center for Marine Restoration was formed in 2022. This spans from making best practice manuals, site selection tools, but also in relation to assessing the impact of the nature restoration efforts being made. This is in particular important because with nature restoration follows a number of ecosystem services that are related directly to some of the goals set both nationally, on a European level, and in relation to the United Nations ecosystem restoration services that are currently taking place all over the globe. We are very focused on giving advice both to local instances but also to the government. In the relation to the government, European countries have recently been faced with new challenges in the European biodiversity strategy, because with the nature restoration law, there has been set targeted goals for nature restoration on land as well as in the marine environment. These goals have a new perspective to environmental protection, from being The Danish Center for Marine Restoration was formed in 2022 by the universities, Aarhus University, Danish Technical University, and University of Southern Denmark, together with a municipality association called Limfjordsrådet. The center was formed because there was an increasing activity in Denmark in relation to nature restoration. These activities were both on a very local scale, funded by private foundations, and on a national scale, funded by the Danish Ministry of Environment. The activities showed that there was a huge gap in knowledge and collection of experience within the area of marine nature restoration in Denmark, and the center had unique experiences because they were formed by 3 different universities and local institutions that made it possible to cover all aspects of ecosystem services and ecosystem restoration. We are in the center making a lot of different efforts in order to support nature restoration in Denmark. This spans from making best practice manuals, site selection tools, but also in relation to assessing the impact of the nature restoration efforts being made. This is in particular important because with nature restoration follows a number of ecosystem services that are related directly to some of the goals set both nationally, on a European level, and in relation to the United Nations ecosystem restoration services that are currently taking place all over the globe. We are very focused on giving advice both to local instances but also to the government. In relation to the government, European countries have recently been faced with new challenges in the European biodiversity strategy because with the nature restoration law there has been set targeted goals for nature restoration. Fisheries, dredging, all physical activities on the sea floor, to now actively engaging in restoring the habitats, restoring the marine environment.
Deuxième, allô. So good morning, everyone. Allô? Allô? Karen? Ah, dans les casques. So, now we have sound. Thank you. So we invite you, I wish to invite all the panelists on the podium, please, to start this panel, What Can Ocean Decay to Foster the Triple Crisis Solution? The rest of the panelists are through streaming, they are ready. So please, Diane, Kenza, Jean-Christophe, you are very welcome on the podium. So I think we are just waiting for Ruth and Diane, but Diana, the EPCC vice chair, is in another panel, and she's just gonna finish and come back. So she asked us to start just to avoid to retard everything. So for the people that doesn't have cask and doesn't hear me, please help me, Karen, giving them headphones, okay? So I'm going to sit here, just to be near of you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia. I'm the CEO of Philanthropy Corte Solari, a philanthropic project that promotes sustainable development through science, education, and conservation. It's a pleasure to me to be here in the very special day where we are going to discuss about ocean decades and the triple crisis. As you know, the Ocean Decade, officially called the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, aims to foster global collaboration in ocean science to support sustainable ocean management. The overarching goal is to transition from knowledge generation to actionable solutions through science-informed policy, contributing to the ocean we want, which refers to a vision of a clean, healthy, resilient, and productive ocean that supports biodiversity, sustains human livelihoods, and contributes to climate stability. During this event, we are going to discuss with wonderful panelists about how the agenda of the Ocean Decade could promote the achievement of the goal related to the triple crisis and how to accelerate coordination toward 2030. So, because Diane Hergen-Borsat hasn't arrived yet, we are going to start with Julien Barbière, which is head of the Marine Policy and Regional Coordination section at the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. Julien was educated as an environmental scientist. He has approximately 25 years of experience at the international level in the field of ocean sustainability, ocean governance, science policy interface, and the development of technical cooperation in the field of ocean science, playing a critical role in the development of several UN initiatives such as the preparation phase of the World Ocean Assessment, the technical framework leading to the SDG 14, or a global initiative in marine spatial planning that has inspired many nations to move toward ecosystem-based management approach. Julien, thank you very much to be here with us through a remote participation. We are giving you the floor right now.
Thank you, Patricia, and I hope you can hear me okay.
We can hear you.
Very good. Thank you for organizing this event and also for your leadership together with the Velux Foundation and the Mary Foundations in advocating and coalescing together to foster support for the Ocean Decade. As some of you may know, you are active members of the Ocean Decade Philanthropic Network that we established in 2020. But to the topic in particular, indeed, the decade is now a global movement for the last few years, which really aims to generate critical knowledge, to address critical knowledge gaps and delivering on those areas through convening diverse actors. And I think this is really the value proposition of the decade, is that we're working through transdisciplinary scientific approaches, but we're working with end users, we're working with governments, policymakers, decision makers, and industry who have to be part of that whole conversation and have to be engaging in this exercise of knowledge generation and delivering this knowledge for use. That is really the main challenge, that the knowledge is disseminated and accessible to all relevant stakeholders so that we can co-deliver solutions to address some of those major threats we have in the oceans in those three areas: biodiversity, pollution, and climate change. So after 4 years of implementation, the movement is growing, and it's a coordinated movement with over 56 global international programs that have been established, over 400 projects working around those 10-decade challenges that were identified as really the core areas where we need to deliver together. They're working through a coordinated ecosystem with collaborative centers and institutions around the world who are taking leadership, but also working with governments and national decade committees who are translating and acting on those priorities in their national frameworks. So in the area of climate change in particular, I wanted to maybe highlight some areas where the decade is already generating, I think, important bodies of knowledge. And I guess one of those first areas is in the area of ocean observation, which is very much of a foundational objective of a decade, because without proper observation of the ocean in all areas and at all different depths, it's very difficult to generate actions and information to trigger action. So the decade is focusing on many areas, looking at different type of parameters, and really expanding our current knowledge in terms of observation systems. Another area is in the area of multiple stresses, in particular looking at cumulative impacts of warming of the oceans, deoxygenation, and ocean acidification. And this knowledge is very critical to understand the health of the ecosystem, but also to look at some of those cross-cutting aspects, for example, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of understanding the impacts of those stresses on economic activities such as fisheries. Another area where the decade is delivering is in the area of deep ocean, in particularly really increasing our knowledge, particularly related to biodiversity, and within that there's a lot of focus also now emerging in really trying to understand and monitor biological response to disturbances, and of course including climate change. The decade is also delivering in the area of coastal resilience, with nearly 1 billion people living on lying coastal zones and being vulnerable to climate change. We really need equitable co-design solutions based on to support adaptation strategies. And I think we have a few important programs that are working on that, as well as in the area of nature-based solutions, really looking at the capacity of coastal habitats, marine habitats to sequester carbon, and for that, of course, we need to protect those ecosystems, restore them, and again, science is an important part of this process. Just to highlight maybe some directions where the decade is going to go in the coming years, particularly in the topics of climate change, and this were really important discussions that took place a few months ago in Barcelona, when we had a chance to bring the whole decade community together in April to really look at where the decade needs to go in the coming years. And I think just a few areas of importance for the ocean climate nexus. Certainly, with a lot of topics and attention now to marine carbon dioxide removal approach, we need to get the science right so that we understand the technical, the ecological, and social feasibility of those potential mitigation measures that are being explored. Another area is coming up with deep sea ecosystems vulnerability assessment, so that we can really enhance our predictive capacity on those ecosystems, and also trying to see how those services, ecosystem services, are going to change over time and are being impacted. So a focus there is quite important regarding vis-à-vis climate change, but also human impacts and new emerging economic activities that we have in the deep sea ecosystem. We also need to rapidly expand climate mitigation, including through marine renewable energy. And that also requires a better understanding in terms of the ecosystem capacity, the potential conflicts with other activities, and how we can find synergies so that those mitigation measures can be upscaled. We also need to have a probably more stronger engagement of the private sector, also looking at sustainable and climate resilient ocean economy projects, so that we can integrate environmental conservation with socio-economic benefits for local communities. So those are some of the areas where the decade will be focusing, and we will be using the whole ecosystem of a decade through the national, the regional, and the global frameworks to generate specific actions in those areas. And I think when we do that, we still need to look also at some of the enabling environment we need to build around the decade to make those actions really impactful, but also feasible. And for that, we need to look at financing, of course, and really targeting, expanding, and sustaining financing for ocean science. And that really requires also shifting our approach and not just considering ocean science as on a project basis, but really looking at potentially long-term ocean science services that can be provided to society, and that needs to be adequately financed. Engagement of industry is important. Philanthropy, of course, you know that, but also how we really link the generation of knowledge with existing national, regional, and international policy frameworks. And that's really what we're trying to do here with the UNFCCC process. And there is also the process of the national determined contributions that needs to bring in those ocean dimensions. And again, I think this is an area where the decade can also deliver some very impactful changes. So as we move forward, certainly translating those global actions into national priorities is going to be key, but also generating some of those flagship initiatives and actions on some of the topics that are described, which I think will be an important legacy for the decade by 2030. So with this, I'll
check.
It's for the
Check.
website of our university. Like, so that
Check, check.
will it be the same?
So we are going. Allô? Allô? No? Ah. Allô? Ah. Okay. So I just want to be sure that Valerie is here, Francisca is there. Francisca, please have a seat in the podium.
We need to assign interpreters.
Adela is there. Simon, is Simon connected? Karen, Simon is there. Can you check if Simon is connected, please? No. Natalie Helmy, Emily Kelly. Can you check if Emily Kelly is also connected, please? Charlotte Mogensen. So we need to be sure that Charlotte Mogensen, Emily Kelly, and Simon Walmsley are connected. Simon is there apparently? Okay. So.
No, que me dijo que no porque no está recibiendo la información por el audio. Pero cuando ella hable, ¿querés que yo lo traduzca en simultáneo las respuestas?
So we are going to start the panel Shipping and Climate Addressing the Triple Planetary Crisis. It's really a pleasure to have all of you here. Just for the record, this panel was completely organized between Velux Fonden, Mary Foundation, and also between the Centre Scientifique de Monaco. It has been part of the effort that those three institutions have run from the beginning of the year in order to put to discuss about the shipping and the triple crisis and to have conclusions in terms of governance, economy, social dimension, and technological dimension. We then continue the discussions in Malmo University in May, and we are going to continue with this, obviously. So as you know, shipping has a significant and growing impact on marine ecosystem, both in terms of climate and biodiversity, including underwater radiated noise and the discharge of seaway and grey water containing bacteria, microplastic, pollutants, and pathogens into the world's oceans. At the same time, more than 90% of world trade is carried by the international shipping. Without it, the import and export of goods on the scale needed to sustain today's global economy wouldn't be possible. This explains why the number of ships in the world is increasing, as is the pollution of the marine environment by ship-generating waste. In line with the Paris Agreement on Climate, the International Maritime Organization has set target to reduce carbon emission from shipping by 30% by 2030 and to zero by 2050, and to reduce the speed of the world's fleet to reduce underwater noise and collision with whales and dolphins. While the amount of time ships spend in port has been decreasing over the years, the introduction of COVID-19 has reversed this progress. The main challenges for the maritime and port industries is to manage and transformation process toward decarbonization while maintaining economic growth. Finding a balance between environmental sustainability, regulatory compliance, and economic needs is essential for a prosperous, equitable, and resilient maritime and port sector in the future to ensure that the 2030 goals are met. I'm going to start, and I'm very pleased to start this panel with Valerie Hickey. who is the Global Director, Environment Department of the World Bank. Prior to that, she was a manager for advisory and operations in the Climate Change Group, where she oversaw the implementation of the World Bank's commitment on climate change, climate mainstreaming, and climate finance, and before that, the practice manager for ENV in Latin America and in the Caribbean, where she managed a growth sectoral team that support countries and communities on issues related to climate change, sustainable forest management, integrated conservation and development, integrated coastal zone management, fishery, pollution management and environmental health, environmental economics, and environmental risk management. Valerie, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much, Patricia, and thank you for that very kind introduction where you heard nowhere about shipping. And so I'm probably the least valuable person on this panel, but I wanted to share some ideas that we at the World Bank have really been thinking about, because we cannot fight the biodiversity crisis or the climate crisis or the poverty crisis and the debt crisis and the food security crisis and every other crisis without shipping. And we do have a huge opportunity with shipping, and it's the fact that it has a single regulatory framework under the IMO. There's very few other sectors that are managed in such a centralized way. So there's an opportunity, a decision point to influence. But then there are two challenges. The first is that ships are long-lasting assets. Once you build a ship, it's going to be around for many decades. So we need to start acting now, because the new generation of ships that are coming online, we're going to be living with their downsides, if they have any, for the next 30, 40 years, past 2050. So if we're going to meet the IMO's ambition, we have to help them to transition their equipment, their infrastructure now. The second challenge, and this is one that we take very seriously at the World Bank, is because, as Patricia said, over 80% of logistical supply chains are supplied through shipping. Anything that happens to shipping is felt at the local grocery store, particularly in small islands, particularly in poor countries that import a lot because they don't have their own industry, they don't have enough food security. That means in a world where already 750 million people are struggling to put food on the table and are highly food insecure, any changes in shipping risks further exacerbating existing affordability and cost of living crises. So this may be a discussion about shipping, but really it's a discussion about everything else we talk about. So every one of these COPs, I was in Colombia a few weeks ago, here now, we really are talking about how do we raise ambition, job done at the IMO, because as Patricia said, they want to decarbonize by 2050, so the ambition is there. But then how do you accelerate action? And this is where the challenge is. And in shipping, there's a challenge of supply and demand. And of course, there's a challenge of money. In terms of supply, in order to decarbonize, basically, shipping is going to have to move to green fuels. I think we all agree with that. There's going to be some sort of green hydrogen-based fuels, whether it's methane or ammonia, you name it, experts will know better. But it's currently simply not cost competitive. It's 4 to 6 times the price to develop and produce these fuels than traditional fuels. That means it's totally unbankable. Nobody in their right mind is going to invest in a type of fuel that is simply going to cost way more than they're going to get a return on their investment. So the supply is a problem. When we did a little bit of work looking at the numbers, we think it's going to cost anywhere from $10 to $40 billion a year to subsidize the fact that this is not yet an investable proposition. The private sector isn't going to come in and pick this up yet. So we need to de-risk it. That means providing credit enhancement. It means doing specific risk guarantee proposals. It means going in and doing co-investing to the tune of $10 to $40 billion a year. Where's that money going to come from? Who has that amount of money readily available? Right? So that's one question that has to be solved. The second question right now is lagging demand, because it is so expensive to produce. The price to buy it would have to be equally expensive. So there is lagging demand, and that's where the opportunity in shipping comes in. Because shipping is managed through the IMO, and because the IMO has this really ambitious agenda to go green by 2050, that's where demand is going to come from. And that's exciting. but it's figuring out how to make that demand work and how to do it without creating artificial move to green energy as when it stays this expensive, which means simply the cost will be put through to the consumer, and we're going to exacerbate food security. We're going to exacerbate the debt crisis in small islands. We're going to make some small islands unlivable because simply the prices won't work. They can't import anymore. So the demand is there on paper, but how do we realize it in practice when the supply of green fuels continues to be not cost competitive? And then one of the things we've thought about in terms of matching supply and demand and making sure we can provide that subsidy is, of course, the carbon markets is something we all discuss in this space. And there is a lot of discussion, and the IMO is looking at developing an emissions trading scheme, a carbon price. And it could, in theory, generate a lot of money if a carbon price was put on shipping, though again, who is going to pay? It's not just the small islands, it's not just you and me who sit and buy things that are imported and would have to pay at that price point if the fuel is expensive. It's also if there's an added carbon tax, that's going to be passed through to the consumer. And then where does that money go? If there is a fuel tax, who collects it? How do we make sure it is used exactly to subsidize green fuels as long as they're not cost competitive? So there are plumbing problems in terms of moving money, even if a carbon price, even if that carbon price was paid and collected, how is it going to be distributed? So there still are lots of questions. And that's what I'm excited to hear from this panel, is really to learn more about how do we accelerate action to realize this big ambition in the shipping center when we have problems in supply. We have regulatory demand, but in real life it's lagging. We have fears about what that mismatch in terms of price competitiveness will do to the end consumer who has to use shipping, and is every one of us affected in every way. And we're excited in some ways about the potential for a carbon tax and for carbon pricing, but the questions of who pays and who benefits and where the money goes remain critical. And that's why we've been so engaged in this sector and doing more in the last few years, because the other thing we really want to make sure is that as shipping decarbonizes, the benefits don't just accrue in the global north, the traditional homes of big shipping, but that we can decentralize and we can send to the global south and have them take advantage not just of becoming producers of green energy, but becoming some of the places where that green energy infrastructure is available for maritime transport and where they can become champions of maritime transport as well. Thanks, Patricia.
Thank you very much for this context. It was really important for us, and I think it's maybe the reason why we decided to start with you, to have those inputs considering what we already discussed during the year. Now I'm going to give the floor to Francisca Cortés Solari, our Executive President of Philanthropy Cortés Solari. Francisca is an entrepreneur, environmentalist, and philanthropist who has dedicated her life to integral and sustainable development initiatives in Chile and around the world. With an extensive personal and family background in the world of design and retail, in 2002 she founded Philanthropy Cortés Solari, a philanthropic project that promotes integrated sustainable development through integral education, climate change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. For more than 20 years, philanthropy has been working on integral education program focused on the educational community in Chile and Latin America, with an experiential character and in connection with nature, reaching more than 7,000 young people and teachers each year. Francisca has been an outstanding promoter of climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation in Latin America. From 2024, she's a new member of USAN 15 Painters of Nature that bring together the world's leading conservation leaders to mobilize resource and technical capacity and strengthen USAN's management and vision for conservation. Francisca, I give you the floor.
Hay otro, creo. Muchas gracias.
So thank you very
¿Se
much.
escucha, no es cierto? Sí. Ya. Muchas gracias. Mi rol aquí en este lugar tiene que ver con la filantropía, la función y el valor que hoy día toma mayormente los fondos privados y no solamente la responsabilidad social empresarial, sino la filantropía como un acto colectivo que debería estar básicamente como algo dentro de nuestros valores o nuestro entendimiento.
And the role that the philanthropy has in the understanding and the feeling for the rest, and not only for the social responsibility.
Desde un principio, nosotros, nuestra meta ha sido poder conservar 3 territorios en Chile, donde uno de ellos nos dio la oportunidad de trabajar en los océanos.
From the very beginning, we started to work in 3 territories in Chile. One of them
El hecho de
allowed
poder
us to
trabajar en los
work in the
territorios,
ocean.
ver cuáles son las necesidades territoriales, sobre todo cuando estamos hablando de la Patagonia chilena, que es un lugar muy especial en cuanto a conservación a nivel mundial y también un potencial de otras necesidades para el mundo.
So the fact to be able to study the Patagonia and to understand what were the first necessities there and the potential to the rest of the world also.
Es ahí donde nosotros, aparte de hacer conservación efectiva en un territorio, también pudimos ver cuáles eran las problemáticas que habían en cuanto a tráfico marino en la zona, que finalmente era una de las amenazas más grandes que teníamos en la zona del Corcovado. Por lo tanto, como filantropía decidimos y nos metimos en esa línea.
So when we started to study the Patagonia, we understood very quickly that one of the main problems was the migrating traffic in the Corcovado, the very north of the Patagonia.
Porque justamente nos metemos donde tenemos la necesidad. Entonces, hicimos ciencia, pero al mismo tiempo de poder hacer ciencia y sacar algunos proyectos que fueron emblemáticos, como la Blue Boat Initiative, un proyecto tecnológico, innovador, que igual impacta en el fondo la posibilidad de ir creciendo también en la tecnología.
So because of the need of study the maritime traffic, we started to do science with very emblematic project, as for example the Blue Boat Initiative, a very high-tech project where we try to protect the whales.
Gracias. De ahí tomamos como todas las necesidades territoriales y nos atrevimos a hacer una inversión de una embarcación que se demoró 4 años en hacer. Es un proyecto que viene desde 7 años atrás.
At the same time, and beside the Blue Boat Initiative, that was trying to protect the whales, we decided to work
Y en esa
on a shift.
embarcación quisimos poner todo lo que tenía que ver con este nuevo paradigma, con este nuevo cambio de hacer que las embarcaciones fueran sostenibles.
We tried to develop a kind of pilot or prototype with all of the new technology in order to make it a sustainable one.
Claro, al principio era como un sueño personal y siempre me ha gustado pensar en la naturaleza, por lo tanto, en esa embarcación nosotros le pusimos todo lo que hicimos como una trazabilidad.
So at first it was like a personal dream how to develop this prototype of ship, very sustainable, very trustable.
Esa embarcación hoy ganó, hace unos meses atrás, ganó un premio como la embarcación más sostenible del mundo.
And a few months ago, this shift named Cachalote win the most sustainable.
Es una embarcación pequeña,
yeah,
pero nos enseñó mucho para hacer también y poder participar en todas las mesas de trabajo de océano.
So that shift
win
an award has the most sustainable shift in the world, with the latest technology and with the certification also of the less contamination in terms of carbon, of dioxide of
Entonces,
carbon.
claro, ¿cuál es la importancia de la filantropía o de los recursos privados? Yo realmente, cuando empezamos este sueño, no sabíamos si el barco se iba a hundir.
Yeah, when we started to develop the shift, and that's true, we didn't know if it was
Fue algo
possible
súper
or
nuevo.
not. It was something completely new.
Fuimos los primeros en ponerle paneles solares
We were the first that put at
y
that
tratamos
time solar panel
de que
in the
fuera
shift.
lo más sostenible posible y fue súper exitoso el resultado.
Yeah, and it was a very successful result. Can I add that
And-
you joined technology from Netherlands together with all the old traditions from South America?
Yes. Y hoy en día este proyecto, como dice es un proyecto que reúne, que enseñó a la cultura en el territorio.
It's a project that allows us to learn and to recover also.
Claro, como que
culture
volver
in the
de nuevo la
territory.
construcción como más originaria, que tenía que ver con, obviamente, con velas y con
It was a possibility
un
to
mix
take
también que hicimos.
back the old traditions way to build the shift
Y también perfeccionamos a los equipos dentro de la isla.
and to teach them those team
Es decir,
with the high
en un proyecto en realidad pudimos hacer muchas cosas en conjunto, poder colaborar con las comunidades, sacar un producto a nivel internacional. Y lo otro que hoy en día podemos entender en realidad en un objeto real cuáles son las reales desafíos que tiene la navegación.
And it allows us to understand pretty well the challenges that the navigation have.
Estamos seguros que es un proyecto pequeño, pero estamos seguros que también es el comienzo de empezar a buscar también maneras de navegar, por lo menos tal vez más privadamente, una navegación más sostenible, porque también es difícil ver la parte de la industria, pero por lo menos en la parte más tal vez de dimensiones más pequeñas, sí se puede encontrar la sostenibilidad en embarcaciones más pequeñas por su rendimiento. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Francisca. It's a very beautiful project. I love it.
Oh my God.
So now I'm going to give the floor to Simon Walmsley, who is Senior Director for Oceans and Climate.
Director de Clima y
Previously, Simon worked at the World Wildlife Fund for over 25 years, during which time he held... Karen? We can hear the traduction. Yes, previously Simon worked at the WWF over 25 years, during which time he held a number of senior positions, including head of the WWF UK Marine Program, Chief Marine Advisor at the WWF UK Senior Advisor on Sustainable Development for the WWF International Arctic Program, and Marine Manager at WWF International, specializing in ocean governance, climate, extractive industries, and shipping. Prior to WWF, he worked at the British Antarctic Survey, the Institute of Coastal and Estuarine Studies, Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs in the UK, and at the University of the West Indies. Simon is a charter scientist, charter marine scientist, fellow of IMAREST, and associate member of IEMA. He earned his PhD at Hull University in marine biomonitoring and ecotoxicology, where his research focused on biomonitoring tools such as indicator species and the genetic of pollutant-tolerant marine population. Simon, can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, I will kick off then. It'd be great if I could see my slides though, which I can't at the moment.
Let's check. Jasmine, can you help us with the...
Perfect. That's it. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, thank you everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Patricia. Very, very nice, and many words in that introduction. I apologise for that. So it's my pleasure to be on this panel, Shipping and Climate, Addressing the Triple Challenge. So next slide, please. So for this presentation, for the purpose of this presentation, I'll define the triple challenge as in the paper attached. I thought it would be rude not to, as I was a co-author on this paper. So to paraphrase the abstract, we face a triple challenge: averting dangerous climate change, reversing biodiversity loss, and supporting the well-being of a growing global population. Action to address each of these issues is inherently dependent on addressing the other ones. So responses here need to maximise synergies and minimise trade-offs. We've already heard things around that. But it's the through management of biomes, it's management of land and waters as well. So we're considering this as an ecosystem holistic approach, in terms of climate mitigation, biodiversity protection, restoration, of course, human well-being. And humans are, of course, a significant part of the ecosystem. So what I'm going to actually try to do today is make this relevant in a shipping context. I'll discuss the use of existing tools, initiatives that may help to deliver some of this, but hopefully at least provide food for thought. Next slide, please. So, as we leverage this requirement to urgently reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we also need to address the impact of shipping in other areas. Some of them have already been mentioned: marine mammal strikes, underwater noise. The translocation of alien species, for instance, is a real issue through ballast water and through, for example, hull fouling. And these connections are very rarely explored together and have not yet efficiently been coordinated with the urgent transition to zero-emission shipping. So this is a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity as we redesign the fleet and its operations for these carbon issues. We can also look at co-benefits for these other issues with hopefully little or no additional cost. And importantly, all these things could be fixable on a technical level, but they also require political commitment. And that leads me on to my next slide, please. We've already heard mention of the International Maritime Organization, of course, the global shipping regulator for the international fleet, the shipping's international fleet. Again, you can see some photographs here. I always like to describe things via pictures, the exciting negotiations at IMO. So IMO is a UN specialised body based in London, and IMO and its member states really has the power to make this change. It literally writes the rule book for the whole of the global shipping international fleet, and political commitment here often means legally binding regulations. And IMO's been doing this for over 50 years in areas of security, safety and environment, so obviously it's got a track record. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph taken by a colleague of mine as he was coming in to the Panama Canal. And this is quite a common sight. This is ships idling. Basically, they can sit there for days or even weeks waiting for their slot to go through the Panama Canal. And this is quite a common sight in heavily used port areas, for example, Singapore, the English Channel. So the next time you're flying over Singapore, take a look or have a look at night and all you can see is lights. I see it in the UK because I live near Heathrow. It's very similar with the aeroplanes. But while the ships are doing this, they're obviously polluting, they're having emissions, and they're also using time, which is a great commodity for everyone. There are many synergistic solutions around efficiency at different scales to help, from port logistics to just-in-time arrivals. And then more technically, things like hull fouling management, hull superstructure, power and propulsion tweaks, and of course speed and voyage optimization. But how do all these also benefit other issues, or at least minimize those trade-offs I was talking about earlier? Generally, an efficient ship is a less impacting ship, is a safer ship, and obviously the impact is less on biodiversity as well, less pollution, less greenhouse gas emissions, less fuel use. Win-win-win. Next slide, please. So looking at things at different scales, on the left hand of this slide we have green shipping corridors. Now, green shipping corridors can fast track the adoption of carbon neutral fuels, which play a critical role in achieving IMO's zero emission targets by 2050. By focusing on specific routes and close collaboration among key stakeholders, and that's key, these corridors can help resolve the barriers to the uptake of new fuels and technologies on this manageable scale. And drawing your attention to the right hand of this slide, this is a global map of particularly sensitive sea areas, the locations around the planet. Now, particularly sensitive sea areas are a designation under the International Maritime Organization to protect biodiverse areas that are sensitive to shipping activities and impacts. So theoretically, combining these types of tools strategically and systematically, different scales, could be very, very advantageous. Next slide, please. So again, coming back to the original paper that I had on the first slide, and paraphrasing again, approaching just and equitable transition, approaches to managing trade-offs that can promote just and equitable transition. In the paper we quote, social and economic policy pivoting towards inclusive wealth. Now, we've already heard that the greenhouse gas emission levy under negotiation in the IMO, if the revenue disbursement is used correctly, then this could cover some of this, and that's a good discussion to be had and part of the negotiations in the IMO at the moment. But we really also need more integrated policy making across these three areas, not at all scales as well, and triple challenge dialogues among states and non-state actors. And of course I include competent bodies like IMO in this, and of course bodies like the regional fisheries management organisations. And let me draw your attention to the text on the right there. That's how the IMO relates to the BBNJ, the High Seas Treaty, and it mentions not undermining there. So whatever happens in the BBNJ shouldn't undermine what happens in these competent bodies like IMO. But I'm a glass half full person. I like to flip this on this head. I think it mandates enhanced international cooperation. And what we need to do is operationalise this enhanced cooperation on a sector and a cross-sector and on an issue base. And for example, we can use EBSAs, ecologically, biologically significant areas, which are a CBD scientific description. And we can use them with things like particularly sensitive sea areas, routing measures in shipping to provide the sensitivity data. So we've got data there from recognised sources, peer-reviewed, and it's not reinventing the wheel. I'm all in favour of saving time and effort and having good data. But again, we need to go further. Every vessel produces a voyage plan, which are used to find the most favourable and economic route. They obviously save on greenhouse gas emissions, fuel, help with safety, and help with efficiency and emissions. But these could also be used for biodiversity protection. In fact, if you look at IMO regulations, in Chapter 11 of the Polar Code, there's a mandate to use voyage plans for marine mammal avoidance and other environmental protection. So there's a precedent there, and already something that's working in that context. This could also be linked to the crew well-being and possibly protection of port communities. So, next slide, please, and I'll just summarise and finish there. So, in terms of putting all this together, so we need to maximise synergies and avoid mitigation trade-offs, mitigate and trade-off impacts. So we can use existing tools and mechanisms in different fora and different scales and design and deliver for operational level. And this is kind of repurposing and combining existing measures and initiatives and really drawing them down to the operational level. And I mentioned efficiency earlier. An efficient ship is a less impacting ship, is a safer ship, is a less biodiversity impacting ship, less pollution, less GHGs, less fuel. It's, again, win-win-win. And all this should be couched in just and equitable transition. Again, we cannot solve this overnight, but I hope I've provided some food for thought. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Simon, for this very good presentation and map about what is going on and what can we do and improve considering what we already have. I know that Mr. Moxie needs to leave in very few minutes, so I'm just going to jump and give him the floor. Our Secretary of the APCC, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much, dear Patricia. Yes, my intervention I think is really well placed because we heard, financial perspective. We heard an excellent demonstration about concrete philanthropy, going for the optimization. And now we heard the role of international organization, and this is something which is excellent. So. The IPCC 6th assessment report comes with three aspects. We are speaking about triple, also the conclusion for our 6th assessment coming with the warning, with the hope, and with challenges. And I think this is something which is also applied to the shipping and triple planetary crisis. Our report are assessing research, and they tried to bring as much as possible that knowledge that can allow migration from crisis management to the knowledge risk management. That means we are gaining time and to take action. So we know that I think we don't need to repeat because we are already living in a very, very special status where the vigilance should be installed, and I think vigilance should be there. And what we propose at optimization, to be aware, to be vigilant for everything is something that can help. Now, looking at the transport sector, our working group 3 report of climate change, it have chapter 10. I am inviting you to visit the chapter 10 of working group 3 and 6 assessment, and we will have an excellent information about the process. Some information like the fact that the transport is contributing by almost 15% of the emission for greenhouse gases. So of course, something how we can tackle this. We can start by reducing the demand. To limit emission, start by reducing the demand. And reducing demand also is appealing optimization. When optimize, we reduce the demand. So we can say something, shipping and even aviation are hard to decarbonize. And this is something we should really take in consideration. The hope, the other aspect. I think, as it was explained, not the existing and also what was proposed, like what you proposed, Francisca. The hope is there, solution is there, the possibility to optimize and also to come with something which is really providing all this trajectory that can really converge on something that is less, emitting greenhouse gases, and not only this, even improving the quality, not only the quality of the sector, but also quality of the business, as you said, highlights the maritime business model that can really bring more benefits. So I think what is expected now from IPCC in coming cycle, 7th cycle? I think we are looking to more information, and I think it will be very important to include shipping aspect, transport aspect in our scoping meeting that will be held in Malaysia, and when we will have the opportunity to assess as much as possible all the new research that can really feed the information that can implement this knowledge risk management in shipping process. And with this aspect, I am inviting you, and will be some deliverable from this side event. I am inviting all of you. While you are thinking of the optimization, when we are taking for all challenges, please raise paper that should be assessed by the IPCC, and that will be really approved by governments, and that can help implementing all these optimal, effective, efficiency strategies. I can conclude by saying, we are speaking about triple, we should also conclude by 3C. It should be about complementarity, coherence, and also collaboration, because once cannot deliver, together we can deliver. Thank you very much.
Mr. Maxid, thank you for coming, for your time.
By the way, this side improved my voice.
Now I want to give the floor to Nathalie Hilmi. Nathalie is the Sustainable Director of the Centre Scientifique de Monaco. She's an expert in macroeconomics and international finance. After doing research and giving lecture at the CEMAFI, University of Nice Sofia, France, she obtained her PhD thesis with honor in 2000. In 2010, she joined the Centre Scientifique de Monaco as section head of environmental economics and collaborated with IAEA's environment laboratories to initiate correlation studies between environmental science and economics to better evaluate the socio-economic extent of impacts and cost of actions versus inaction with regard to carbon emission. Nathalie is a friend. We have been working for many years now through the Blue Ocean Roundtable, together in Monaco between Mary Foundation, Centre Scientifique de Monaco, and lastly with Volux Fund. You are very welcome, Nathalie.
Thank you, Patricia. I'm going to present now our last Blue Economy Roundtable brochure, and it was about shipping and the triple planetary crisis. I will show you some policy recommendations from each working group. Next slide, please. So the objective of the workshop was to work together and to have some policy recommendations. Next slide, please. First, what is blue economy? Blue economy, as a definition, is an economy that compromises comprises a range of economic sectors and related policies that together determine whether the use of ocean resources is sustainable. Next slide, please. The shipping industry is impacted by climate change. It can have opportunities like new routes because the ice is melting, for example, in the Arctic and Antarctica. And we have also negative impacts of shipping, and you can see here what's happening in the sea. Next slide, please. The triple planetary crisis refers to the three main interlinked issues that humanity currently faces: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Each of these issues has its own causes and effects, and each issue needs to be resolved if we are to have a viable future on this planet. Next slide, please. So this workshop had 4 working groups. I'm going, as I said, to go through the different groups and tell you the main policy recommendations. Next slide, please. The first working group was about scientific and environmental conclusions, and we try to understand how to work together. And what we really need is a kind of think tank to scope cross-disciplinary scientific questions, including all stakeholders. And we also need indigenous knowledge to improve governance and navigation. Next slide, please. We need to break down the silos across disciplines, apply integrative, inclusive approaches to ambitious cross-disciplinary research with a thorough scoping of the scientific questions to address as a starting point. Next slide, please. This is from the institutional and social working group. First, we talked about maritime speed reduction, and we need to develop a mechanism to incentivize companies to adopt new and improved technologies to reduce speed where necessary. And about the maritime trafficking, we found out that the UN lacks a dedicated ocean agency, and establishing one would be impractical. However, coordination between relevant entities is essential, necessitating effective leadership. Next slide, please. So, what it has been proposed is to establish a multidisciplinary working group or task force comprising leaders from various sectors, including the UN, academia, business, finance, philanthropy, and civil society, to develop concrete responses. Next slide, please. This is from the economic roundtable. What we need is transdisciplinary studies that could help to create and implement new solutions. Economic research on maritime issues should be supported, and government should redesign tax and insurance premiums to support new technologies and support education. The shipping industry should be guided by economic models which use cost-benefit analysis, scenario analysis, sensitivity analysis, and risk assessment methods. Next slide, please. About the financial conclusions, we can say that including maritime emissions under the EU emission trading scheme from January 2024 is a game changer, and collaborative efforts of all stakeholders and risk apportionment across the entire value chain. Next slide, please. About the technological roundtable, we have focused on artificial intelligence and blockchain, and this is very important to make changes in the shipping industry. Next slide, please. Addressing the challenges posed by climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution requires concerted efforts from both the private and public sector. To promote inventivity and innovative technologies, scientists, researchers, and entrepreneurs need freedom to explore and initiate. Hence, one roundtable participant said the following, which the whole roundtable agreed: the best government is the one that governs the less. Next slide, please. After our workshop in Monaco, we went to another workshop in Malmö, in Sweden, and we had some more conclusions. For example, methanol, ammoniac, hydrogen, electricity, and renewables like wind and solar, tech companies and scientific centers should be supported to introduce commercially feasible solutions and projects to the shipping sector. A new regulatory and supervisory organization should be created to provide oversight to the international shipping industry. The new supervisory institution should comprise members from government, private enterprises, academia, and NGOs. Next slide, please. And finally, the government should redesign tax and insurance premiums to support the new technologies, as we said already in the Monaco workshop. And government should support education for new jobs and positions. Education should also play an important role and discourage human consumption and encourage protection of the world's natural resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Natalie just mentioned that the Monaco Ocean Week, the Blue Economy Roundtable, was composed of 60 people that were working around those working table. Jean-Christophe was part of that effort too. And our commitment is to present those results at the IMO. We understand that countries need to discuss that at least, I think in April or June, I don't remember well. So, and there is a huge effort behind in order to coordinate all those efforts and works from different institutions. And now, concerning the same thing, I'm going to give the floor to Charlotte Mogensen, who is the program director for the Ocean Program at Velux Fonden. Charlotte that has been working tremendously during all those days, working with us very proximally, helping us a lot with the concept note. I don't know if Charlotte is here, but I'm going to introduce her. Charlotte Bettina Mogensen, as I said, is the program director for the Ocean Program at Velux Fonden. Charlotte Bettina have a long career as a government official working for the Danish Ministry of Environment and Danish Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. Prior to taking up her position as program director at Velux Fonden, she was ocean advisor at the Danish Ministry of Environment, working on international ocean issues, and head of delegation for the Kingdom of Denmark to the Arctic Council Working Group on Protection of the Arctic Marine Environment. Charlotte Bettina Mogensen is the former Deputy Secretary for OSPARA and the Bonn Agreement, and as I said, she's a friend of Mary Foundation and Philanthropy Côté Solari because she has been working with us very closely. So thank you, Charlotte, in advance for all your work during this COP29. And I give you the floor, obviously.
Thank you so much, Patricia, and thank you so much to everyone that is participating in the panel. And unfortunately, like our previous panel, where we had Adrian from the Danish Meteorological Institute, I was not able to join you, but I'm definitely joining you online. I think this is really fitting that we have so many expertises or agency within our panel. We did also touch about shipping and the triple crisis when we on the 12th of November had the panel on the role of environmental philanthropy in the triple crisis, as we had the General Secretary for IMO there as well, and also the CBD and the chair of IPCC. So I think we had a lot of different agencies that are involved with the protection or the conservation of the marine environment, but also looking into the impact of shipping and also regulating the shipping as Simon already mentioned within the IMO. Velux Foundation, like Patricia was saying, works closely with the Mary Foundation and Foundation Côté Solari on bringing these discussion on the triple crisis, bringing them to all kind of international meetings in the attempt of agencies across different areas of expertise are working together, but also bringing in funding for the vital science that is needed for us actually to bridge this gap between the three crises. And in that regard, I want to mention that we as a foundation are very much looking into funding science that is shipping related. And we have a project that is looking into the environmental impact assessments of the new fuels. I know that Valerie was talking about the new fuels, and also the IMO is looking, of course, into the new fuels because this is the way of bringing down the use of the CO2. And our research project is looking into, but what is the environmental impact of it? Because many times we're looking into climate solution which not always benefit the environmental, well, biodiversity and nature. So I think it's important that we are really looking into all the different impacts of the of climate, pollution and biodiversity to see which is the best solution that we can actually come up with to address all three of them at the same time. And I think this is something that we will be working closely on, also coming up to the UN Ocean Conference coming up in June next year, and also on COP30 to get the ocean up there as a main player on the UN agenda. And we very much, as a foundation, support the UN processes, and all of our grantees in some way or the other is actually working towards the common goals and looking and working towards implementing the different obligations there are on the different UN entities, whether it's UNEP decisions, UNEA decisions, whether it's decision under the IMO, whether it's decision under the CBD. We are really much trying as a foundation to complement and contribute to the UN agenda. I want to stop there by thanking everyone on the panel and hoping that what Abdella from the IPCC Secretariat said, that we welcome every thought there is on how we can actually work together and bridging the gap between the triple crisis, and also including cooperation between philanthropy, so we all have the same aim of supporting the UN processes. Thank you so much.
Very much, Charlotte, to remind us that we never can forget the need to integrate any kind of solution with the triple crisis and the UN process. Now we are going to give the floor to Jean-Christophe Martin, who is Professor of International Law at Université Côte d'Azur. He is also the Director of the Institute for Peace and Development of UNICA and holds the UNESCO Chair of Peace and Development through Law. Jean-Christophe mainly works on questions relating to peace and security, law of the sea and protection of the environment. He has also been Vice President for International Affairs of UNICA, Université Côte d'Azur, and he is still interested in science diplomacy issues. He is involved in the definition and implementation of the science diplomacy strategy of university, and for instance, participates in the delegation of universities to the UNFCCC COP since 2022. Inside Université Côte d'Azur, he is involved in many multidisciplinary initiatives and structures. He also contributes actively to the external relations of university through many collaborations at the national and international plan with various university, NGO, and international institutions. Jean-Christophe, you are very, very welcome.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Patricia. This is an honor to be here in this panel. Thank you for having me. I will give you a global overview of this problematic shipping and climate, addressing the triple planetary crisis through an international law approach. This is a broad overview. My aim here is to present how international law is being developed to face the triple crisis of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and of course pollution and waste. We have witnessed a progressive development of international law. This is just a brief presentation, but my aim here is to give an insight about the importance of multilateralism, international cooperation in creating new legal frames for to regulate activities at sea. Let's start with pollution. Pollution by ships, and I will add some elements to what have been already presented by Simon in his brilliant presentation. This is all about the IMO work. Just to put the light on the conventions that have been adopted by states in the context of IMO to, first of all, prevent marine pollution mainly from ships. This is a very successful legal regime. A lot of treaties have been adopted since 1954. For instance, the MARPOL, the so-called MARPOL Convention concerning pollution from ships, adopted in 1973, is now a very powerful legal instrument. And we can say that globally there is a very large participation of states to all these treaties, and we can see that there is a strong, good implementation. Second aspect concerns another problem, liability and compensation in case of oil spills or other major incidents. Here too we can see that international law has been developed through many treaties, and we also have a strong legal framework when it comes to putting the liability on ship owners to repair all the damages to the marine environment, but also creating international funds for compensation. This is also a very important step in addressing those critical questions of the damages to marine environment. I would like just to add something about the critical question of pollution of the sea, of the ocean with plastic, because some very limited rules have been adopted to date, limited in scope. We have first an interesting tool, which is the Annex 5 of the MARPOL Convention on pollution from ships, which prescribes the rejection at sea from ships of any plastic object. So this is interesting, this is a milestone, let's say, but this is very limited in scope when we have in mind the different sources, and mainly land-based sources of pollution of the ocean by plastics. And in this respect, we can see that even if theoretically plastics are covered, encompassed by land-based pollution treaties, these treaties do not address specifically this question of plastic, and thus are not really efficient about this source of pollution. So there is a kind of legal vacuum concerning this challenge. Next. And that's why I want to remind that there are ongoing negotiations currently to adopt a new global plastics treaty, and the negotiations have started in 2022 in the context of the UN Environmental Assembly. 157 states voted to start negotiating a global treaty on plastics. So the aim of this negotiation is to adopt an internationally binding instrument containing provisions covering the entire plastics life cycle. So we can hope that it will have a very positive impact on pollution of the ocean with plastics. The next session, the fifth session of round of negotiation, will be held in 10 days. Next. Let's turn to marine biodiversity loss. Here too, we have assessed a need to fill a relative, let's say, legal vacuum. We have in international law a very important international treaty, famous one called UNCLOS, for United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, whose part number 7 is dedicated to ICES. As you can see, one of the provisions of this constitution of the ocean relates to measures for the conservation by state of the living resources on the ICES, and all states must take measures for their respective nationals, for the ship flying their flag, let's say, to conservate through their fishing activities and etc. Living resources of the ICES. Based on that, states have adopted a large number, 37, of treaties for regional seas, but also universal treaties concerning identified species. And those treaties institute international fishing commissions which are entitled to create binding regulation, quotas, but also limitation in fishing techniques, etc. So this is very important when it comes to conservation through sustainable fishing practices. Second element, Second element, we also have important developments in the convention, the famous Convention on Biological Diversity, 1992, because it concerned the conservation of nature, of biodiversity, under the jurisdiction of states, including their territorial waters. So all the provisions of the CBD apply to the maritime territory of states, and this is an important step. And I remind you that this is in the context of this CBD treaty, COP29, that the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework has been adopted, requesting states to get the 30 by 30 target. So why do I present the situation as a legal vacuum, a relative legal vacuum? Because to date we do not have a legal framework in force to manage the activities on the ICES. And this is a very important issue for the international community. Here too I put the light on this question because we have witnessed a very important effort from the international community, the adoption of the famous BBNG treaty, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, which is dedicated to activities on the ICES and on the deep sea bed, let's say. Different questions are addressed in this treaty, but you can see that there is a part number 3, which is entirely dedicated to measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas that has been inserted in the treaty. This is a very detailed legal regime concerning the creation of MPAs on the ICES. So, very important progress of the international community against a backdrop of geopolitical turmoil. This is a very, rude international geopolitical situation, and thus we can see here a very positive element through the adoption of this treaty. This is a real success of multilateralism, and this is also visible in the legal regime of part 3, since states have decided that they can create collectively MPAs on the ICES, not only through a consensual decision, through consensus, but also, in case it's not possible, through a decision adopted by 3/4 of the states. And this is a very important outcome of the negotiations. To turn to the third crisis, the climate crisis and shipping, what about air pollution by ships? Just many things have already been said. Just a reminder here, the MARPOL Convention is also encompassing this question through Annex number 6, dedicated to prevention of air pollution from ships, which entered into force in May 2005. And this is very an important framework, since this Annex 6 set limits on sulfur oxide and nitrogen oxide emissions from ships and designate emission control areas. Based on that, the IMO has adopted, states inside the IMO have collectively adopted two very interesting regulations, number 13 dedicated to nitrogen oxides and regulation 14 on sulfur oxide and particulate matter, which are setting limits for the fuel used by ships. And based on that, many sulfur, not that much, to be honest. When I say many, this is maybe too positive, but 5 sulfur emission control areas have been set up, as well as 4 nitrogen emission control areas. I'll talk about that because this is the legal international framework for all the regulation concerning shipping and emissions. Next. I talk about that because I try to give you very positive examples of what's going on and to see the best of the international community progress. A new zone, a new SECA, will be into force in May 2025 concerning the Mediterranean Sea. The Barcelona Convention, COP, has decided to create such an area, a SECA area, and it has been validated by IMO in 2022. So this is very good news for us in Monaco, in Nice, but for the entire world. We will have a new SECA zone. You can see that this is just the beginning of a process that will be virtuous. That will be very positive for the international community. And just to end the presentation, so use of renewable and low carbon fuels in maritime transport is one of the best privileged measures to fight the climate crisis. It raises questions about implementation, compliance, monitoring, but you can see that there are already very important steps. For instance, this regulation adopted by EU in 2023 on the use of renewable and low carbon fuels in marine transport. But also we have talked about vessels speed reduction, other technical proposals such as bubbles bows placed at the front of the ship. As you have explained, there is room for innovation and shipping in the face of climate change, but even if there is a margin of progress, I wanted to just see also what is very positive and all the steps that have already been reached. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. We always learn a lot when you make your explanation, and we already have a lot of questions for you about that. Now I'm going to give the floor to Jan Pachner, the Secretary General of the One Ocean Foundation, and very welcome, Emily. Jan Pachner is the Secretary General of the One Ocean Foundation. I already said that, an international non-profit organization based out of Italy, dedicated to marine environment preservation since 2018. Born in Austria, he began his career in international hotel management and in 2007 spearheaded the international development of the yacht club Costa Smeralda. In 2017, he led the successful organization of the two-day One Ocean Forum in Milan, contributing to the establishment of the One Ocean Foundation. Since then, Jan Pachner has played a key role in growing the Foundation's international network, activities, and credibility as an authority promoting the blue economy. Milestones such as the scientific research publication Business for Ocean Sustainability Report, as well as Ocean Disclosure Initiative, the first rating framework dedicated to industry impact on the ocean and environment, are just a few of the latest accomplishments. Jan, you are very welcome.
Thanks very much, Patricia. Thank you very much for the invite, and honored to be here on this panel. A lot has been already said, so I don't want to sort of double on on many of the facts that are out there. I just would like to highlight that in our one of our latest reports that we have issued, it's a public report available on our site of the Foundation, One Ocean Foundation, is on the shipping industry as well, and so shipping and ports. And so I had the honor also to be working with Nathalie in Monaco on the document on the blue economy that was presented earlier. So just a couple points that I think maybe that are worth to be mentioned, that maybe are additional points that maybe we can work on and not forget about it when we talk about fishing and impact on the environment. One is on the emissions. We've seen, I think it was the first presentation of the slides, what happens in many ports or also in front of Suez Canal or in Panama, when basically you have a lot of these cargo ships and tankers waiting for their turn basically to go through. This has a huge impact also on emissions and also on seafloor integrity, because if they have to wait in front of port to be called in, they keep their engines going and they drop their anchors, and many times this is a bit we don't put probably enough attention on what that does to the seafloor integrity, especially in these areas. And so I think this is another point to mention that has not really been addressed so far. Another thing is also the ship strikes. I know we've talked about it a bit before, but I think there was an interesting comment that came out, I think also in Monaco we talked about it, in terms of insurance, how different industries maybe can work together. And this opens up another discussion point when we talk about natural capital and the importance of sea mammals as natural capital. And eventually we could open up a discussion with insurers, if they realize and if we can make that point that ship strikes have actually also an economic impact on natural capital, for example, on sea mammals. All these vessels are insured. So if insurers could actually obtain a lower premium for shipping companies that, for example, install on their vessels certain technical mechanisms to avoid these ship strike on sea mammals, or reduce their speed or change their shipping patterns, they should actually pay less insurance premium, because they are avoiding this damage on natural capital. So I think that's another point that we should we should highlight. And well, waste treatment, obviously, on I think there's a big responsibility. We've been talking a lot about ships, but I think also on land, responsibility on the port side, to provide solutions on waste treatment that many times, unfortunately, is not that well handled, and also on the infrastructures when we talk about energy, so we can avoid also their emissions. And I think the port side has their responsibility as well, to get that, to have their infrastructures in place. So I think these were just a couple of points that I wanted to highlight, and maybe it's worthwhile to add that on the list. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. And now, thank you, Emily, for coming. We know that you are jumping from one place to another. So I'm just going to introduce Emily Kelly from the World Economic Forum's Ocean Action. She's a program lead in the World Economic Forum's Ocean Action Agenda, which aim to create innovative platforms at the nexus of science, business, and policy, and cultivate partnership across business, government, academia, and civil society to fast-track ambitious solutions for ocean health. The OEA team does this by supporting industry transition toward nature-positive operation, getting investment into marine and coastal ecosystem, fostering an ecosystem on ocean innovation enabled by financial opportunities. Emily led the Blue Carbon Action Partnership, where she drives collaborative efforts to protect and restore coastal blue carbon ecosystem, contributed to local livelihoods, biodiversity, and climate goals. Thank you very much to be here.
Thank you so much. I really apologize for my tardiness. I thought I was being early, and then my calendar, it must have been a time zone issue when I inputted everything into my calendar. So anyway, I'm so pleased to join you all and really apologize for being delayed. I have the benefit of actually not knowing all of the pieces, and so I will share some perhaps a bit redundantly, but hopefully continuing to build off what colleagues have already shared. Yeah, thank you again. So pleased to be here. So just commenting on the fact that over half of world GDP, or 44 trillion US dollars, depend on nature. And within the Ocean Action Agenda, we're thinking about how can corporates take action for a nature positive world. And I'm going to highlight today just some of the work that we're doing, building off of Jan's discussion of ports and some of the work that the World Economic Forum is doing in this space. So the transition towards an economy that's compatible with nature and climate is needed, and it's happening, both on land and in the ocean. And all industries have specific impacts on nature along the entire value chain, but they also have dependencies on nature. Without clean, functioning water systems and stable supply of natural resources, for example, many industries will be unable to operate. Meanwhile, we must ensure that new nature-related business opportunities and innovation result in the creation of new jobs and benefits for local communities. Despite the increased momentum of nature over recent years, not enough is being done, with 83% of Fortune 500 companies having climate change. Only 25% have freshwater consumption targets, 5% have targets for biodiversity loss, and only 5% of companies have assessed their impact on nature, with less than 1% understanding their dependencies. So with all of that being said, the marine sectors, including ports and shipping that we're talking about today, are going to be critical in carbon neutrality, in our carbon neutrality future. And we need to ensure that the transition is responsible and sensitive to its impacts on both land and marine species, and even contributes to restoring degraded ecosystems. Given the growing volume of global trade and the potential of increasing impacts on nature, it's crucial for the two sectors to take action and transform operations and value chains to contribute to nature-positive global goals. So international organizations and governments have long recognized the importance of mitigating environmental impacts such as pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from both shipping and ports. But less focus internationally has been on ports and port operations than on shipping, given that ports are not internationally governed. So the work that we're doing in the World Economic Forum is in collaboration with Lloyd's Register Foundation and the China Oceanic Development Foundation. The Forum's Ocean team, in collaboration with the Industrial Clusters team, is planning to produce a new report entitled Nature Positive, the Role of Ports, to draw greater attention from actors in the port sector to nature-related impact and dependencies, and provide more detailed analysis, such as opportunity sizing and case studies to jointly explore the sector's nature-positive transition pathways. And I have to say that this is a bit of a teaser right now, where this report is about to come out during our annual meeting in Davos in January. And so I would love to share with all of you, when that report is released, more details. But to say right now that it is in the finalizing stages, and please stay tuned for its release.
Emily, for your intervention, and we are waiting obviously for this key report. And now we have a last intervention of Henrik from the Velux Fonden. I don't know if we have his video. Karen? Is the video ready? Yes, it's ready. I'm going to introduce him first, maybe. So Henrik Oxfeldt Enenvoldsen. He's the head of Ocean Science Section EOC. Mean Science and Communication Center of Harmful Algae at University of Copenhagen, Denmark. He's the technical secretary for the EOC Intergovernmental Panel on Harmful Algal Bloom. He's the EOC focal point for EOC's core global lab, nutrient pollution, microplastic, oceans, and human health issue. Are we ready with the ocean? Okay. We cannot hear. Okay, so let us know if it's gonna get better in order to start the conversation first. Let's try again. No, it's not working. Well, and if you switch off and then switch on again, no? Okay, so let's have a conversation. I took a lot of comments here during all your intervention. Let me find again my document. Yes, and I have a word in my mind, and it's efficiency. Efficiency in economy. When you mentioned, Valerie, the problem of the price, and even if we have a kind of a certification of capture carbon, of diminution of carbon emission, who is going to get paid from that? Then when you talk, Jean-Christophe, about this vacuum, this legal vacuum, I also have in mind this this word, efficiency. And we already discussed about that. If you remember, in Monaco, we have a lot of legislation, regulation that are completely necessary, but at the same time, we understand that the multilateralism follow the same path like countries. And if in a single country we already have a lot of problem to develop integrate public policy, you can imagine what happened at the international level. And I guess that the same happened in the relationship port and shipping and cities, you know. We need to integrate and understand the ocean not only from the shipping perspective, but also considering the port and shipping. So I wish to have your I only come back to that first problem, this way to understand the public policy and this manner that we have to separate everything, and that is attempting against an integrated solution for this.
No, thank you, Patricia. I think this is at the heart of the triple environmental crisis, which is actually a triple economic crisis, much more than it is an environmental crisis in many ways. It's the fact that the way we produce and consume sacrifices green, clean, and inclusive development on the altar of efficiency. That's why regulation goes down. It's why externalities go up and trade-offs go up. And I think it's one of the discussions I was so interested to see, the comment about the best government is the government that governs the least. The challenge is when that happens, you deregulate. And when you deregulate, you tend to leave out either the poorest communities, the poorer countries, or the voiceless, including, for example, biodiversity. Because if you don't have regulations against ship strikes, for example, then why would companies not strike ships? And so it is this interesting balance, and I think this is always the tension. It's in the negotiating rooms right here. It's the tension around how much regulation is important to ensure that nobody is left behind and nature isn't destroyed and emissions don't increase, without stopping the jobs and development and growth agenda that is so important, without scaring away private sector. And there is no right or wrong answer, but I think efficiency cannot be the only goal. We have to look at making sure there are other social goals that are equally important, and then find the right balance. In every country, every community, and every company has to decide that balance.
Thank you. So the question you ask about international law and efficiency, let's say, relates to two different problems. The first one is the legal vacuum, the holes in the international legal framework. In this respect, I wanted to put the light on vacuums that are to be fixed. because we have two very important examples of efforts from the international community. The first one is the BBNG Treaty concerning sustainable use of marine resources beyond national jurisdiction, a very important step, a milestone. The second example is the Global Treaty on Plastics. If the negotiations succeed, we will then have a strong legal framework. So the vacuum thing will always exist, but we are progressively fixing this problem. And we can see that even in very difficult international geopolitical contexts, states are aware of the common problems they face and try to find good legal solutions. And in the field of ocean regulation, maritime activities regulation, we have very good examples of successes of multilateralism, collective action, cooperation between states. The second part of your question relates actually to implementation. We can have robust international legal framework, but if there is no implementation, effective implementation by actors at sea, it will be useless. In this respect is raises very difficult questions, since it is quite difficult for states to perform efficient enforcement activities at sea. It's very difficult to control all the activities, the human activities in very large areas at sea, sometimes very far from the shore, because we have to keep in mind that the main jurisdiction of states concerning activities at sea is the flag state jurisdiction, which means that the flag state must control the activities and has an exclusive duty and jurisdiction to control the activities performed by ships on the high seas. So this is an enormous challenge when it comes to enforcement. But states have also decided to face this problem in creating new legal regimes. And I create a link with the port question. We have created in international law, for instance, a new jurisdiction. This is not that new. It has been created some decades ago, but the so-called port state jurisdiction, which is very important. For instance, when it comes to illegal or unregulated fishing on the high seas, we have developed this port state approach, which means that ships that are suspected of having illegally fished in international waters can be controlled by the states in whose ports they enter. States can refuse the entrance in the port, but also can admit the entrance in the port and then control ships. This is just an example to, once again, try to be positive concerning the development of international law, which means the engagement of states in facing those problems. A little bit long, but quite complete answer.
Maybe I'll just add one brief bit onto the regulation side of things, because I think that's such an interesting piece of the challenge. Just to say that as we're working with corporates and governments, thinking about nature positive actions, one of the things that we hope is possible is a race to the top. And that can be enabled by having policy and regulation that helps to drive capital into those that are at the top. And so there is a role that can be played there that can be very supportive, from the interaction between what companies are looking to do, those that are really striving for best practices, and then how government might support continuing that really nature positive behavior.
Here, Emily, I don't know if the video of Henrik is ready or not yet. Unfortunately, we will not be able to play it now. And maybe, I don't know, I wish to open the floor to the public. If you have some question, yes, of course.
Valerie Antol, nice to meet you. Just to add something, there's another agreement that has been adopted lately in 2022, which is the WTO fishery agreement, fishery subsidies agreement, which is directly involving ships. That's it.
Thank you. Someone want to react to that, or someone else want to add something? Okay. So thank you very much to all of you. It has been a very, very interesting panel. You can find it in www.fcs.tv. There is Simon. Simon who is there. He want to talk. Simon, are you there? Can we hear you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I'm pleased to be involved in the conversation.
Yes,
just a few comments on the previous comments. It's an interesting balance between the legal side and the operational side, because if you think about a ship strike, a whale strike, it does actually cause damage to the ship, and it can cause significant damage. And then there's also the kind of PR side of having a whale on your bulbous bow, particularly if you're a cruise vessel. So part of my presentation was to bring measures together. So if you look at an activity like slow steaming, for instance, or a ship's efficiency plan, then in areas a ship would slow down. If you could combine that with good data for whales, it's all about data, where the whales are, real time, etc. Then you could combine a lot of these things together, and that's kind of the win-win-wins that I was trying to exemplify in my presentation. And then maybe just a comment to Valerie's original comment about the lack of availability of green fuels at the moment. I do agree, and that requires a lot of funding and a lot of development, a lot of R&D, but we can make brilliant savings, great savings, 30 to 40% on vessels just by efficiency measures in terms of greenhouse gas emissions up until 2030. So there's a kind of a hierarchy of this transition that we have to go through, and the development of fuel has a wee bit longer, because you can still hit a lot of these targets initially with ships efficiency. And that's why I keep talking about ships efficiency, because I think this is a way of creating these win-win situations. Thank you.
I hear you first. I don't know if someone want to react to what Simon said. Okay, and Charlotte, do you want to add something? I cannot hear Charlotte. I don't know if she's here. Well, thank you everyone to be there. We are going to close this panel and let the floor to the next one. Thank you everyone.
6. Yeah, I have one here now. And then at 6 I over.
I know. Have to learn.
Ja. Ich habe dir ein Bild, ich übernehme jetzt die Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
I have another one.
You have the pleasure. You have to know.
After
You're getting spoiled. You're getting treated. Okay.
He's coming to Monaco. He said you are coming.
I said yes.
No, because I was not in charge of all the invitations, and when you said I don't know if this is the case, and then I said okay, come.
Because Jan forgot to confirm, so I'm sure there's next.
Yes, we didn't confirm.
Oh, yes, I did. I'm going to take the time.
So you can come.
I stayed Milan. You're better off with talking for sure.
Back last night.
You can drive back from Milan after rush out of Monaco at 2. I have to go back.
Because last time it was very sweaty.
Yes.
The plane got cancelled.
He survived.
I can move, I just take a seat for now.
I'm just noting that that monitor is hanging too low because we are really blocking.
Yes, this does not seem like a good place to sit. Well, maybe we can move.
might go home on. Just the first one. You have meetings the whole time.
Follow the text on gender.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, that's there actually will have something this time.
No.
Might be the only thing they agree on this time. It's agreed on here. So are you personally attending, watching the negotiations when you can? Well, I chair an advisory body that's advising the Ministry of the Environment on things like carbon pricing and everything. So you can imagine, I was just talking to my co-chair in Quebec, in Montreal, when I walked up about what we have to come up with a plan. How do we outreach to the other party? We don't really want to, but
we could hear you through this thing.
Really?
I just wanted to know.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Now that you say so.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this event, Science Partnership and Climate Finance for Regenerative Climate Resilient Seascapes. In the Science for Climate Action Pavilion, we are streaming live online also, so welcome anyone who is online. We would like to start by extending our heartfelt thanks to our pavilion host, WMO, IPCC, and Mary Foundation, in particular to our sponsor to this event, the Mary Foundation, for all the support in making this exciting event possible. This event is hosted by IUCN, Mission Inclusion, and the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. I am delighted to moderate this session. I am Ali Reza Rizvi. I am Global Head for Climate Change at IUCN and also Head of Human Rights and Conservation at IUCN. So for our event today, we will open with an address for IUCN Patron of Nature, Francisca Cortez Solari, followed by a range of presentation for across the science, finance, and partnerships sector. And we have a lot to get through, so I would like to now introduce Francisca Cortez Solari, who will give the opening remarks. So over to you.
Thank you. Patricia Morales me va a traducir.
I'm going to translate.
Ya, Patricia. Aló, aló, aló. No.
We can hear you.
¿Ese micrófono?
Sí, sí, se te
Aló,
oye.
aló.
Se te oye.
¿Ahí se escucha? Ya. Bueno, muchas gracias. Darle la bienvenida a este panel tan importante que tiene que ver también con la resiliencia del cambio climático.
That is related to the resilience of the climate change.
Agradecer a todos los participantes porque hemos visto cómo esta COP ha habido mucho más participación, nos hemos atrevido mucho más a avanzar más en los lenguajes, a proponer más desafíos.
To go further in the languages and put challenges to the panelists.
Entendiendo de que no hay tiempo y ya lo sabemos, ya todos sabemos lo que está pasando en el mundo y hoy en día tenemos que atrevernos a ser creativos, a entregar propuestas distintas y lo más importante de todo es que de alguna manera podamos unir las conversaciones.
So we understand that we don't have time anymore, that we need to be creative, we need to put all the effort together and work together to face.
Unir las conversaciones significa trabajar con la sociedad civil, pública y privada y lograr objetivos comunes para lograr las metas que nos hemos propuesto. Sabemos que no estamos alcanzando las metas. Yo creo que también tenemos que sincerarnos nosotros mismos y entrar en la realidad
and be realistic
y desafiarnos cada uno donde trabajamos,
and
donde
challenge
participamos de su lugar
ourselves
de
in our own
incidencia,
works and our lives.
tenemos que atrevernos a buscar nuevos financiamientos. Por eso creo que la
We
filantropía
need to
también es
find
muy
new
importante hoy en
grants.
día.
This is why the philanthropy is really
No
important right
solamente
now.
la importancia de la responsabilidad social
Not only in
empresarial,
terms of
que hoy día debería ser
social
como
responsibility
muy bien
in
generado como
companies,
políticas públicas,
but also understanding that we need to develop public policy for helping philanthropy.
y obviamente, bueno, la filantropía, que es algo que he levantado yo hace 25 años, que nos ha permitido poder tener
From my
muy
side,
buenas
I have
relaciones
been
con
working
IPCC,
through
con
philanthropy for
WMO,
25
con
years.
Década en el
That
Océano,
allows to
UICN,
develop a very good relationship with
Universidad
IPCC,
Costa Azul.
WMO, University Côte
Así que
d'Azur,
muy
UCN.
agradecida que
I'm
tengan
very
una muy buena
grateful to have you
conversación y
there.
que vayamos
I hope
buscando
you will have a very good
desafíos y ojalá
conversation
que,
and
bueno,
that
siempre
you
que
would be
tengan
able
en
to
cuenta que
find
somos
new
también una gran
challenges and
familia,
understand that we
que no
are all a
estamos
huge
solos, tenemos
family,
que
that we are not
apoyarnos
alone.
unos a otros,
We
somos
need
una
to
familia.
support each other and we are a
Gracias.
family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francisco. You know, it's great. You rightly said that time is essence. You know, we have already done so much damage, so now working together and, you know, philanthropy and everyone come together, and there need to be a policy also so that whatever investment is done by philanthropy can be maximized. So thank you for this. So now I come to, would like to now introduce Dr. Simon Donner. Dr. Donner is an interdisciplinary climate scientist and professor at the University of British Columbia, where he teaches and conducts research at the intersection of climate science, marine science, and policy. Dr. Donner is also a member of Canada's Net Zero Advisory Body, which advises the federal government on pathways to eliminate climate warming emissions. Dr. Donner was lead author of Chapter 3 of the recent 6th Assessment Report of the IPCC, specifically on oceans and coastal ecosystems and their services. His presentation will provide the scientific context to take this event forward. So over to you, Dr. Simon Dunn.
Thank you. And thanks to the IUCN for the invitation to speak today. I was one of a team of 12 that worked on the oceans and coastal ecosystems part of the last IPCC assessment. I'll get to the slide in a minute. The report we worked on is about 172, our chapter is about 172 pages long, and it took about 4 years to finish. So this is going to be a very brief introduction to the report. My computer just slowed down here. Give me a second. So the main take home on the climate science in our report is not really a surprise, right? It's things that we've all known and already been alluded to today, that the climate change impacts being felt on, being experienced by marine ecosystems around the world, ranging from actual warming, ocean acidification, impacts on oxygen levels, is really widespread and are having ecosystem impacts. To give you just one example, marine heat waves have become more frequent, more intense, and longer lasting as a result of climate change. And as they become more frequent and more intense, they are more likely to be exceeding the thresholds that many species and organisms have, and ecosystems have. And so these are among the great threats that we see going forward. And so the adaptation challenges we have was one of the big pieces of our assessment. The science I'll say, is in the report is probably less new, but the adaptation assessment was quite new. And just to give you an example of it, this is one of the very complicated figures that people make for IPCC reports, but it's basically going through a series of different types of adaptation, social, institutional, infrastructure and technology, et cetera, and assessing each one of them for what's feasible, is it effective? And you can see at the top, I've just highlighted there that multi-level ocean governance, something that we're talking about a little bit today here, it was seen as clearly feasible, clearly effective, with a high level of confidence in both cases, right? And you'll also notice at the bottom, and the marine protected areas have also highlighted, you'll see the effectiveness there is not written as high. The message on the screen here was one of the key messages that came out of our part of the executive summary of our report, And I cannot stress it enough that what we found was that there are a lot of low-risk adaptation options that we could implement today. They're low risk because in that there's a high certainty that they can be effective, right? And that they have multiple benefits in addition to helping adapt to climate change, right? Multiple benefits in terms of other services that people can benefit from if we're able to use those things. That is things like restoration, revegetation, growing mangroves, for restoring corals, sustainable harvest management, good marine protected area design. These things are effective and low risk, and they're feasible, but they're mostly effective in the lower emission scenarios. When you move into higher emission scenarios, the adaptation options are all higher risk and less certain, and they become things like hardening your shoreline to protect against sea level rise. They become things like realizing that the ecosystem impacts are getting quite severe, and thinking about how to diversify the livelihoods of the community so they're not reliant on the same resources they used to be reliant on, right? So these are things, obviously, that are much bigger challenges. They require real transformational changes, not just in communities, but in the type of governance you're using, right? And so this is one of the key sort of take-homes from our report. When it comes to marine protected areas, which I know is a big subject here, marine protected areas, again, can be effective ways to adapt to climate change, but there's a fundamental limit to in that a marine protected area cannot stop an extreme event, right? But what they can do is reduce the other stressors on the ecosystem and help the system be more resilient to extreme events and to warming, to acidification, etc. Because of that, in the report, if you dig into the details of the report, it will say that the effectiveness of marine protected areas is expected to decline after 2050. And that is because at that point, the increased frequency and severity of marine heat waves and other things, it's something that a marine heat wave, a marine protected area on its own can't be the solution to. But they can be effective if designed well. What we did find in the assessment is that most marine protected areas as designed today are not effective. Right? And it's because they're too small, they're not well connected, and they're too rigid. And the best practice is large marine protected areas that are part of connected networks, so fish can move around, but also have adaptable boundaries, recognizing that the range of a lot of marine species is going to change in the future, and that we need to think about having our marine protected areas being change over time to go with that. And so I'll just give you two examples of an application of this thinking, and this will be really quick. We can just go to the next slide. Thanks. So we did just a couple case studies in the report to give a sense of how to think about different adaptation options as you go forward over time. So this complicated looking diagram is about coral reefs, and what it's showing you is low risk and high risk actions and when you would need to implement them. At what level of warming would we need to start doing that and how effective they will be. So for example, the best current management practices in doing coral restoration can be effective today and can be effective when we get to 1.5 degrees of warming, which we're not far from. Much beyond that, they're not very effective on their own, and we need to start looking at other options. You'll see enhanced coral there. That's talking about not classic marine restoration, but actually really targeting the temperature tolerant species and literal like specific phenotypes and genotypes of the coral to make sure they can survive in a warmer climate, and then thinking about diversifying the livelihoods of communities that are really reliant on reefs the way they are today. So let's just give you one example. We did another one, if we can go to the next slide. If we can just go to the next slide. We did a similar assessment also for mangroves. And it's a similar sort of idea, looking at the different options, low-risk options like conservation of mangroves, forest, revegetation, and everything. These things are effective today. Going forward, looking into the carbon market, right? How can we raise funds for ecosystem restoration and everything? And then as you go to higher and higher levels of warming, then we're looking at actions that, again, are riskier, more secure, but we think be necessary to help ensure that mangrove ecosystems are still providing the resources that people need going forward in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Donner. It's so critical that science and data should also, make us adaptation decisions, because many a time we think because we are working for conservation and other things will be better. But if we don't know how science and data, impacting, is it really good to invest in those areas which might not have the desired outcome? So we need to be very sure of this. So this is wonderful work because I would say that many a time our projects are not being informed because we just go without doing science-based assessment. Most of the time I have seen it's most socio-economic assessments and not science-based and data-driven. So that's a critical message. Thank you for sharing this, and I would urge all this, online and other, we need to promote this. Otherwise, we are not maximizing on the investment, and that's coming from taxpayers or philanthropists and other. Another area where if we don't integrate from the very beginning, and then we can't maximize on our investment, is gender integration and other. So let's go to you, Genevieve, that how we can move forward with that gender equality, inclusiveness and partnership. So Genevieve is Mission Inclusion's East Africa Program Director, as well as being a lecturer at University of Quebec in Montreal. So to frame your presentation, we would like to put the question to you, why is gender equality and inclusivity is important in conservation and adaptation?
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you, everyone. I want to mention that I feel really privileged to be here today on behalf of Mission Inclusion, but also to present the different projects we're working on. So maybe if we can go to the presentation, I would like to just jump onto a quick presentation on Mission Inclusion. So we are a Canadian-based organization working for social justice. We are working internationally. We have offices based in Haiti and in Nairobi, Kenya. Over the last year, we had about 29 projects in 18 countries, and we are very happy over the last 2 years to work with IUCN with a project financed by the Canadian government, Global Affairs Canada, for up to $30 million Canadian. And we are working really on the West Indian Ocean, so the East Africa, in 5 countries. So gender inclusion is so important in the different projects. Gender equality and social inclusion is important because we know that women are many times half of the population. So if we don't do solution based on the whole population and the different needs, what we see is that the solutions lack a realistic way of being implemented and do not benefit to the overall population. So maybe if we can go to the next slide. I would like to go a little bit deeper on the RECI project and present some evidence that we collected at the beginning of the project. So we can move on to the next slide. So just quickly, so our project, as I mentioned, is financed by Global Affairs Canada for 2 years in 5 countries. And the key partners of this project is really the different local governments, national governments also, but really a local organization, whether it is conservation organizations that are regional, but also feminist organization. And we can go to the next slide. This project is embedded into the Great Blue Wall initiative that is really an African-born initiative regarding regenerative seascapes and making sure that how can we really improve how we work with the different communities and the different critical ecosystems in order to integrate really an ocean conservation that is sustainable. So in our project that started last year, we did a data collection at the beginning of the project to be able to identify the baseline. And that was done in 4 of the 5 countries that I've presented. And what was really impactful in that data collection is that we were seeing the real gap between men and women. So here I just have three data that I took out of that investigation. So first of all, 60%. So we have 60% of women reporting to have little to no understanding of sustainable practices compared to only 26 men. That is a statistic that was taken out of the Kilifi, Kenya activities seascape. The second data that I wanted to present to you today was 46%. So in Tanzania, we are working in the seascape Tanga Pemba, and over there we have 66% of men that consider the blue economy their main source of income, compared to only 46% of women. Moreover, 79% of men are engaged in fishing and aquaculture, compared to only 18% of women. Women are more involved into the less profitable activities, such as coastal agriculture. So therefore, we can see also a disparity in the economic activities and the livelihoods between men and women. And the last number that I wanted to present to you today was 71%. So when we say that 71% of women experience moderate to high economic losses from extreme weather events compared to 62% of men, we also see a breach there and a gap between men and women. So women are particularly affected by their inability to work during these events, reflecting their dependence and reliance on labor-dependent livelihood. That was also taken from Tenga. So when we ask ourselves, why do we need to consider the gender in the different projects, I think that figures like this really shows and reveal the deep gender disparities in knowledge, in economic participation, in climate vulnerability of coastal communities. So I'll be able to give you concrete example on how we can work to diminish and reduce those gaps when we consider that there are differences. How can we work through them?
Thank you, Janimi. Yeah, when we define a problem, if we look at everyone from the same eyes, so the problem is then we try to have a size fit all, sort of one size fit all, and that does not work. And that's why it's critical to differentiate between the needs and the problem and then the response. So that's why we will come back more during the panel discussion. So now next we'll go to Ulrike Cross, Program Manager for Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, Climate Change Program and Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Facility. So Caribbean Biodiversity Fund is a regional conservation trust fund with the mission to ensure continuous funding for conservation and sustainable development in the Caribbean, with funding from the donors, most foremost the German government. The CBF has supported over 75 projects, so a lot of experience generated from the field. So could you explain the mechanism by which you are delivering adaptation and biodiversity outcomes, so the integrated approach for coastal and marine seascapes in the Caribbean, what key successes you have to date?
Thank you, Ali, and thank you for having me on this panel. If you can have the first slide, please. Right, so the CBF has 3 programs in total, but I will focus on the climate change program, which I'm heading. And there we have an ecosystem-based adaptation facility. That is a sinking fund, and it is an ICI project funded by the German government through the International Climate Initiative and managed by KfW, the German Development Bank. And the strategic objective of the EBA facility is to sustainably manage EBA supporting marine and coastal habitats, including rehabilitating key biodiversity ecosystems and incorporating social and economic resilience to climate change. So basically, in a nutshell, we give grants to organizations in ODA eligible recipient countries in the insular Caribbean. And the EBA facility so far has given out 34 grants, and we currently have our 5th call for proposal open, so we're inviting more proposals to come. Next slide, please. And I thought Simon has given the perfect introduction to what I'm going to say. We did a survey after the first 4 calls for proposal. First 2 are largely closed, and 3 and 4 are still under implementation. What are the priority ecosystems? And that is really what the applicant decides, what the NGOs, etc., institutions who receive our grants. And mangroves and coral reefs are by far the most important ecosystems to them, which means in terms of conservation, ecosystem services that the people base their livelihoods on and that our people rely on for climate change adaptation and resilience. We also have ridge to reef projects, several forest projects, mostly dry coastal forests, beach, sand dune, lumped together, seagrass beds, slightly less. Agro-silvopastoral, that is not necessarily a combination of everything. It might be an agroforestry system, it might be climate-smart agriculture, riparian stabilization, other wetlands and lagoons, and pelagic ocean fish grounds. So a lot of it is also fisheries-based livelihood and sustainable fisheries. Next slide, please. What impacts have we had? Again, we asked our beneficiaries to quantify where we had impacts, and not directly climate impact, but habitat degradation and loss is definitely related and exacerbated by climate change, and the EBA projects could counteract that. Tied for second place, coastal flooding and coastal erosion, and the drivers behind that were generally storms, and if I had the driving force slide here now, winds and the water from storms both tied for first place, so they are by far the most important drivers and stressors on ecosystems. Other forms of land degradation, that could be loss of soil fertility, invasive species taking over, infrastructure loss and damage. You have to bear in mind the Caribbean islands are small in land, large in ocean, so almost everything is very close to the coast. Every airport, every major hangar, storage facility, most major roads are all close to the coastal area and very much threatened by any major event. Sedimentation and turbidity, that relates to ridge to reef. If there's a heavy rain event, any non-protected soil washes out, causes sedimentation on coral reefs. So that is also being kind of mitigated by the EBA project. Eutrophication in some of the coastal, slightly inland waters, and also from runoff from agriculture into the coastal sea. Saltwater intrusion and salinity, that is particular problem in Haiti that we could reduce, and then a couple of others. So one example I wanted to give maybe from Grenada, which is very recent. The Grenadines, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada have been hit by Hurricane Beryl in July, and the East Coast, which is the most exposed in Grenada, our grantees wrote back to us and said wherever we had the project implemented, the coral restored, the seagrass bed and the mangroves, the coastline withstood the hurricane, whereas the other areas had serious damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrike. EBA approaches which you are employing, that's great to see that, socio-economic and ecological, all three components, unless and until they are implemented concurrently, things can't be, on ground effectively maintained. So that's where many a time adaptation projects, when they are not looking into ecological aspect and only socio-economic, sometimes there is maladaptation. So that's good that all three components being implemented through EBA approaches. So that's wonderful. And then one evidence you just shared that, hurricane and that's having less impact. So, okay, now let's come to Torsten here, Blue Finance Senior Advisor at Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance, ORA, and founder of the Global Ocean Trust and affiliate scholar at the IEASS. He is also strategic advisor to IUCN's Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility. So, in your experience, what are the key factors for scaling successful regenerative sea scales model, such as nature-based solutions for adaptation? We have seen many, if I can say, boutique projects, little bit, which are not at scale. So how to go at scale?
Yes, thank you very much. Delighted to be here, and that is indeed a big, big challenge. And I think we have already talked about the first part, what makes the nature-based solution itself resilient, and that already is a challenge. It's that integration of these various components of livelihoods, opportunities, including gender-positive opportunities, and revenue pathways around that. So, for instance, with the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility we supported in the Philippines, local communities that got into seaweed farming, and that meant that there was less fishing pressure on the area. It meant that the seaweed farms could be put in formats so that they actually encouraged marine protected areas in the space. They used the common watchtowers, so they actually supported each other. But then exactly this challenge arose: how do we integrate that into a broader seascape approach? And it turns out that there are two particular pathways that I think are interesting here, and I want to mention both of them. The Seaweed project showed one pathway, which is that corporate value chains need to be linked with these types of opportunities. A lot of the challenges local seaweed farmers had was that they were just selling their seaweed off to middlemen. They had very low margins, they had very low ability to actually invest in quality setups. And so we helped this particular project to actually grow their logistics setup so that they could then engage directly with one of the global companies in that space. So all of a sudden that local nature-based solutions project had higher margins, direct exposure to the larger corporates, and the larger corporate had an opportunity to show in their own reporting the reputation side that they were engaging with real functioning local communities. So it was win-win for both sides. So I think that kind of corporate insetting, that linkage with industries that are needing supplies from those nature-based communities is a key pathway. The other critical pathway, I think, and we wrote about this as an outcome document, a knowledge document, is what we call blue infrastructure. So where large-scale infrastructures are being designed, it is really important that we don't think of them as standalone infrastructure and then the whole communities around it and the whole ecosystem around aren't integrated. By integrating them into the equation, not only do we allow the nature-based solution to help deliver outcomes for the broader project, we also create the financing flows into that. And so take a very simple example, a large port project, if it considers the wetlands around it as part of the management of the water and uses that for better biodiversity and creates carbon sinks as part of that process, all of a sudden you have an integrated financing approach. And so we are working at the moment with the larger multilateral development banks to move from what they have already signed up to, which is a sustainable blue economy, so doing good investments, to what we now call a sustainable and regenerative blue economy. And we've written about that with ICN to show that that kind of restorative, regenerative approach that is about impact and outcomes is so meaningful because it allows the nature-based solutions to really deliver and allows the large public development finance institutions to get much more active in this space because they looked at the space and they thought, oh, these individual projects we can't support, they don't fit into our bigger approach. Working with seascapes, working with larger infrastructure is a way for them to come in. So we see a real shift here.
Thank you. It's so critical that market and market forces need to be looked into. We can't just conserve and then expect local communities will reap the benefits. So it is to look into market flows and other and then bring them into that. I have another question because I know you have to go. Can you provide international context within which operating, for example, looking forward to the Ocean Conference 2025, what are the key barriers to address and outcomes we need from this to have the vision of climate resilient, regenerative seascapes a reality?
Yeah, so this is a really important next step. So we will be assembling the UN Ocean Conference in Nice in June, and I think as part of the build-up, they identified 3 absolutely key parts to delivering a strong outcome in Nice. And the first part is on science. So we're having a science congress in the run-up. And actually what is very interesting about the approach to that science congress is it has a much broader range beyond just natural science. And so integrating social science, integrating a much more community-based approach will deliver really important messaging out of the Science Congress. Then I'm involved with what is called the Blue Economy Finance Forum. So that's really saying, well, where is that matrix of blue finance solutions that can then be supported from that more political approach? And how can we bring in what we have already learned? And then thirdly, and that's back to the seascapes and the resilience, there's a whole session workflow around CTs, the coastal cities, coastal regions, to think seascape. Because it's the actors at the municipal and regional level that need to have the tools to actually integrate all of that. So bringing that together means that we then, at the political level at the UN Ocean Conference, can actually support on the basis of facts and real opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to know that science, market, and then also the actors who are involved over there, you are bringing them all together. I think these are the things which will make these things happen. Otherwise, if you look around, many a time we churn out project after project and there's no impact. So key is what we are discussing now: science, gender integration, evidence from the field, having all 3 aspects: socio-economic and ecological, and then bringing all those at a landscape, seascape level where the actors and stakeholders are involved. So great, thanks a lot. I know Dr. Donner and Thurston, you have to leave, so thank you for your presence. Let's give them a big clap. So now we will move to the panel section of the event, which will focus on bringing science, partnerships, and climate finance together for regenerative and climate resilient seascapes. So now I will invite Professor Cecil, is Professor of Marine Biology and the head of the laboratory EcoSeas, Ecology and Conservation Science for Sustainable Seas. She is also the Vice President for International Affairs. And Dr. Lewis is a renowned agriculture scientist and Director General of KT Tropical Agriculture Research and Higher Education Center in Costa Rica. Thank you. So now let's start. Dr. Professor Cecil, Dr. Lewis, we will have, you're a prominent scientist, and across the sector of marine and coastal ecosystem, as well as nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation. So what you think we can, do a variety of work around marine ecosystems, protected areas management, and you are head of, you are head of EcoSeas also. So what you can share with the group about the latest research, how that can have, will help and do the impact level because many a time we stop at output level. How we can work towards impact and how science can help us on that.
Thank you. First, thank you for the invitation. So I would like to highlight 2 main points regarding marine protected areas, as Simon already said previously. We are talking about marine protected areas, so that means that if we want to protect them, they need to be enforced. And it's very important because a lot of marine protected areas are not really enforced. So that means that we have to sit all together to work together with all stakeholders, all parties, and especially small scale fisheries and fishermen, I should say women, because for a lot of South countries it's the women that are dealing with fishery, and so it's really important to have everybody on board. And the other thing is that we have also to help to train, to use the science, to train marine protected area managers to monitor how to monitor these marine protected areas. Simon told us about the effectiveness. We have to prove the effectiveness of these nature-based solutions, and we have to prove the effectiveness of marine protected areas, and that's where science can help. Science can provide exact data, and can help also the managers to monitor their marine protected areas, and we can train them, for example, for new techniques such as environmental DNA or using artificial intelligence. So we can also help to improve the marine protected areas.
Thank you. Yeah. AI and science, I think the progress which is being made is phenomenal, and we hope that that will, also help in adaptation. So that's great to see that work has been started and will help us, hopefully, in making informed decisions based on the projections, based on previous mistakes or other. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, Dr. Lewis, you have been working on ecosystem-based adaptation, which we heard initially from Ulrike also a lot. So what are your experiences, and can you share more what's going on, how to make EBA more effective?
Yes. I would like to tell you that we participate in a specific project in Dominican Republic, and that was the conservation of the mangroves in a region of Montecristi. And our institute, CATIE, is making research in good agricultural practices that we are doing to have an impact in the oceans. And for example, in this region, there are two major crops that are impacting the region of Montecristi. One is bananas, and the other one is rice. In both crops, in Dominican Republic, they are working in an organic way, and this was a very good and positive impact in the ecosystem in Montecristi. And we are based in Costa Rica, and in Costa Rica we are making also research in mangrove, and we know that the most important pollution that we have in Costa Rica in the banana plantation is using the fertilizer, especially nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as the application that the people are doing to controlling black sigatoka with fungicides. And that is something that for us was very important, and also to tell the communities that keeping this system of good organic production, because that helps to the ocean and helps to the mangrove ecosystems. Another good implementation that we did is to engage the community, and that they can understand the importance of all the activities that they are doing, because that has an impact in the mangrove ecosystems. And this was very important because in some cases, in the training activities that we did, the people were not very well understand the importance of the community actions and in the impact of this ecosystem. And that was, for us in CATIE, was a very good result, because the community understand and they will keeping the good practices. Another good thing that we saw, and that is that in this region, the people are also using a silvopastoral system in which they are planting trees. And planting trees is a very good activity also, because the planting trees in this silvopastoral system is a filter and is, I will say, is helping also the mangroves ecosystems to keep in a very good quality of I will say the filter for the water that is coming. And another point that we were doing is because I was visiting the region 2 weeks ago, and we are making reforestations because there is a watershed, the Rio Marajeripe, and this river is the sources of water that the people are using in the rice and also the bananas. And when we are keeping when making the reforestation, there is less erosion, there is less pollution in this ecosystem of the mangrove. I will say that this is the most important activities and impact that we have in this specific ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Lois. Yeah, pollution and other, we can do all these projects and all that, and if, these chemicals keep coming into the, project sites, those will have negative impact. And many a time you can keep your project boundaries, and other, all the, organic farming and all that, but with rain runoff and other thing. So it's at times very challenging how you can make all this very effective when the rest of the landscape and other, they are not using organic, fertilizers and others. So that's challenge. So thank you for sharing this. Let's come back to now implementation, Ulrike. With these challenges and with the need for knowledge and science to inform, project development and all this. So what at CBF, how you're looking into making, coastal and marine ecosystem-based adaptation long-term successful?
Yeah, when we select our projects, we really look at certain criteria that are discussed with an EBA committee. At the very beginning, we looked at all the 3 EBA pillars are there, the conservation pillar, the climate change adaptation, and the socioeconomic livelihood pillar. Unless they are balanced, it's not going to work. I think that came out from several presentations this afternoon. Because unless people can make a living from the ecosystem and ecosystem services, they're not going to conserve them. That, of course, involves a participatory process right from the beginning at project inception. It is not something that you get the money to implement a project and then invite stakeholders and tell them there's an opportunity. They have to be there very much at the concept note stage. When it comes to the biophysical interventions, we look at addressing root causes whenever possible. A prime example there is the mangrove ecosystem. I would say in 90% of our projects, it is not necessary to replant mangroves or replant at any scale. It is a matter of preparing, restoring the habitat, restoring mostly hydrology to where it should be, and then most mangroves regenerate very nicely, naturally. You might have some large areas of dieback where you want to seed some pockets in certain places, but we try to avoid wasting money by large-scale replanting into habitat that is not suitable. Coral restoration, that was the other major ecosystem. There, of course, we cannot address the root causes on the small islands. We have sea level, sea temperature warmings, ocean water acidity, coral bleaching, several diseases. So as Simon said, we are now looking at the supercorals, trying to get as many survivors of those harsh events. We had 2 years of extreme ocean temperatures, and where we find some corals looking healthy, that is where our grantees take the explants from. And then there are several different philosophies, and I think all have merits in different places. Some use sexual propagation, others use very dispersed sampling, and then bring the clonals together that they have an allelic diversity. Once they reach maturity to breed naturally, the sexual diversity will come in. So there are a couple of interesting approaches, and we actually have a network where all these coral scientists are now exchanging the pros and cons of each of those approaches. And for me, as a plant pathologist by training, it is very interesting to see. And finally, and Ali, you mentioned that is sustainability. We want to see that people think from the beginning of the project, how those outcomes will be sustained and maintained, how the livelihoods are actually viable on their own after the project ends. And with that, I think we have been able to select a lot of successful and impactful projects so far.
Thank you, Ulrike. So this is another project. At times, blindly we start investing in ecosystems and other, whereas the challenges are more than or beyond our capacities and resources and investment. So that's again going on a lot globally. We have seen so many restoration efforts failing because they don't take into account what would be the projections, what would be the choices of species, and mangroves is one area there are the most failure in the world because sometimes cutback of fresh water and you're just planting mangroves without looking at whether after a few years there will be water or not water, sea level rise, and then due to sea level rise sometimes sand accumulation starts more, and we know mangroves survive more in muddy areas. So there are so many factors. So adaptation has its limitations also, and we need to be cognizant of those facts, and maybe in some areas we need to do managed retreat. We need to accept that these things will not be surviving in next few years and all this, so investing into black hole and that to someone else money, taxpayers, we need to be very cognizant of that. So thank you, Ulrike. Coming back to you, Genevieve, uh, with science and all that, many a time, again, your area of expertise, mission inclusion, gender remains marginalized. We think, okay, we are making now science, economy, and all. So in blue economy, where there's so much market forces and other, how do you ensure that gender is an integral part of our decision making?
Thank you, Ali. So I think that this is a key question. So how do we ensure that into the Blue Economy Initiative, we have really an integrated approach? So basically, I think we need to see the blue economy also as marine conservation, really with nature-based solution and also governance. So we need to make sure that when we arrive in a community and we decide to work with, let's say, a group of women that are working different economic initiatives, we need to make sure that we also work in the context, in the environmental environment, and we make sure that we restore and try to have those nature-based solutions worked for the community. And then we also need to make sure that locally and regionally and nationally, if it's possible, we have the right person at the table to make decision and to make sure that if there is an economic activity that has future, that has really a scale-up opportunity, that it can be done, that there will not be barriers. And whenever we look at different economic activity, the importance of really ensuring that women are involved in participating in those activities, it's really, from one example, I was in Comoros a couple of months ago, and in Comoros I was talking with the communities and one of the local organizations there, and there was this great idea to make sure that we try to conserve the local area, marine area, but unfortunately that caused trouble to some of the women that were there because it was their main location when they were going to take the shellfish and bring them to the market. So there was this great initiatives, but then it sort of was hard to move through it because it wasn't positive for the community and for the women. So when we think about blue economies activity and how we can make sure to have a social inclusion plan working on this, I think that it's really important. The key steps that I will present is that we need to make sure that we understand the social dynamics and the differential impact impacts, to understand the views and perception of the communities. And then we need to define the space and context through a real inclusive participation that can be done with gender equality and social inclusion strategy, let's say, to really make sure that we tackle the right problems with the right solutions, and then make sure that we ensure equitable distribution of benefits. How do we compromise if there's a compromise to make? And in that situation, if we want to conserve and make sure that we are putting up an environment that is positive and sustainable, how do we do it if sometimes it can cause some problems in economic activities that were there before? How do the community can try to balance with all of that? And to do that, we need to make sure that everyone is seated at the table and are part of the conversation. And then to make sure that we have a participative and inclusive governance, so that once again in the different governance instances, that we make sure that women are participating. And what does that entail? So what is it that we need for the women to be participating? Sometimes they might need to understand what are the processes, but also they need time, so we need to make sure that their meetings are in the schedule that will work for them, and all of those details that sometimes we just think that it's easy and that we need to ask for more participation of women, but the real idea is to make sure that the structural way to do things, we go deeper and we make sure that why is the participation at this level, and how can we make it a little bit further. So in blue economy, I would say, in summary, I would say that we need to make sure that blue economy activities are part of a holistic way of working with conservation, nature-based solution, and governance also, and that we have a clear and strategic plan to and make sure that everyone is really involved, and that entails to have some financing that is also gender finance, and to have disaggregated data that are really specific data for the different part of the population, whether it's youth, women, and men. And also we need to make sure that we do the evaluation on indicators that are also really looking at inclusion in the different activities.
Thank you, Genevieve. Yeah, again, at times, we have seen and observed maybe more than hundreds of projects on that. Gender remains like a checklist exercise. You go there, okay, tick mark, gender participation, women participation, tick mark. You went over there, how many women were sitting in the room? 50% tick mark. And the point is that they are part of the decision making. They are making the decision, not the number of women who are sitting in the room. And again, if we look at their life and other, in many rural areas, they start at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and then whole day. And then here, we are going into our 4x4 vehicles, with the DSA, which is more than the monthly income of those women. And then we go and then they wait for us in a school or community center, and then we do the tick mark exercise. No, that's rather, I could say, it's criminal. We need to, gender integration must be non-negotiable, and it's gender responsive and transformation. We need to move towards that end. Otherwise, we are doing on paper and all those things, and then very, proudly saying we have gender integration and all that, but it's not happening. They must be part of the decision making. Co-creation, co-implementation, that's the key, which is not happening. We need to educate our donors also. It's not that you develop the whole project and then you go and say, okay, you people have problem over here, we have a solution for you, come. And their participation means they're saying yes, so that we need to go beyond that. So thanks for sharing these, and also the approaches you mentioned, inclusivity and then other empowerment, those things are critical. Now I'll come back to you, Professor Cecil. Here at the COP also, everybody, we all are talking about nature-based solutions and all that. And many a time, if I could say, we are lost in translation. We just get fixated on terminologies and, okay, this is nature-based solutions and all this. how could we ensure that conservation principles are, ensured in that when we are talking about NBS?
Yeah, thank you. So there are several ways to monitor the effectiveness of this nature-based solution, but I would like to come back and again say through things about governance. We are also working on governance. We are working on biodiversity, but also on governance system, and it's super important to have everybody around the table, and for that we are working also with social scientists, for example, for civil society consultation, but also to work with all stakeholders, companies, and everybody involved in for example, marine protected areas. And as you already stressed that, it's a co-creation process. It's really important that everybody has to be around the table from the beginning. And I would like just to give one example. We are working on several projects and several different countries, for example in Costa Rica, but also East Africa and France, of course. And for example, in the Bay of Nice, the city, the mayor of Nice wants to create a new marine protected area, but it's in Nice, it's a urban area, so it's a huge challenge. And we started 3 years ago to put everybody, all stakeholders around the table, and it's a co-creation process. That means that we have to design the areas that will be enforced, that will be strongly protected, but we have to respect also the work of fishermen, the work, for example, the diving clubs, and all people that are using the ocean, that are working on the sea. And the other thing that is really important also, if we want to scale up, is that we have to raise awareness, public awareness. We have to educate people. We have to be sure that they will respect what we want to create, and yeah. So that's also an important process.
Thank you. Yeah, process-oriented approaches, they are good. Many a time we think we are the expert and we come with solutions and we impose solution. Rather, at times I say we look for problems where we, can say, okay, our solution is for on that. So we have solutions first, and then we look for problems to apply those. So thank you for this. I'll come to you, Dr. Lewis. Adaptation is so multifaceted, multidisciplinary. One organization can't have all the expertise to, have that, to have an effective adaptation. So would you share, based on your experience in the region, how, partnership and what partnership can make things better?
Yes, that is totally true. The partnership is fundamental if we want to have an impact. I will make a summary of what is the most important. The first one is to have engaged the community. The community that are close to the ecosystem must be the main actor, because if they are making pollution, if they are not taking care of the system, and they don't understand the importance of the ecosystem, in the case of the mangrove, I believe that this is the crucial partnership that we have to have. Another partner that for me is very important is the local governments. The local governments have to play a key role in all of this governance of the ecosystems. And this is the reason because we are interested always to have, as the Ministry of Environment as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, both of them must be also working in this approach, even though it's important also to bring on the table the Ministry also of Health, because this is part of the One Health system. Everybody has to play a role. I believe this is a key partnership. But for sure, we have also to have partners like, for example, people that are doing science and people that are also supporting development project like your organization, USA, like also the organization of Ulrike that is making the financing, the Caribbean funds, and also to have the IKI, for example, from Germany, because was also part of the donor. I believe this integration between donors, communities, scientists, and government make sure that the impact that we will have in a ecosystem will be in a good address. And at the end, let me tell you something that, for example, this project that we were working in mangroves in Dominican Republic finished 2 years ago. But 2 weeks ago, I was visiting the place also. And we have partners that they want to continue, because the problem of the project is that has a beginning and an end. But Dominican Republic is member of CATIE. And that means that our mandate is to support and to assist Dominican Republic. And for example, right now, we are working with Plan Sierra in order to make deforestation of the old watershed that is also giving the water for this ecosystem. And there are a mission of our forest scientists that are coming to Dominican Republic at the first week of January, and to try to support the Plan Sierra in order to deforestation. Another support that we are doing is we have an incubator of business. That is Activa. Activa is working to make and support farmers or communities or cooperative in making business. And I believe that if the community has some business very close to the ecosystem and they can earn some money, that is a way also to keep the conservation and the restoration of this ecosystem. And this is the reason because Activa is coming also in this mission to support these organizations that are trying to start this small business in the neighborhood of this ecosystem.
Thank you. Yeah, partnerships, they make things happen and all that. And in each partnership, as you said, there should be some win for everyone. Because unless and until 2 plus 2 is more than 4, partnership won't sustain. We need to work on partnership which will make, things much better. What we can't do on our own, then things, grow and better. Thank you very much for your thoughts, insightful remarks and other. We are at COP, so if I say just not more than 1 minute, rather 30 seconds, one key thing, you want innovative or, something which can be changed, what would you suggest, as a key message, okay, if that change happens, things could be much more better, or some any innovation? So just 30 seconds each, if you can. Yeah.
Okay, so I can start. Two or three words: collaboration, all together, and sharing data. Above all, sharing data.
Wonderful.
Excellent. So I will go with real localization and participation of the communities, and really, hopefully, real gender work in the different texts that are being negotiated this week.
And I would say because eBay facility works with projects, we really need mainstreaming. So we do need the private sector and we need government support. And we have governments here, but we really have to make them aware and engage them in our projects, that they see the value of them and are willing to include them in their programmatic budgets for the long time.
In my case, I believe that we have to use the information that we generate from the projects, and specific the innovation, and specific the results, because we have wonderful projects, but the project finish and we are not using the results. And I believe that this is very important. For example, in this project of mangrove, we have very good results, and we have to continue to support in the communities and try to follow up all these good results in order that has an impact in the community.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We saw over here that so many good things may happen if we have integrated approaches, science and data informing us, integration of gender, men, women, youth, elderly, indigenous knowledge, inclusive indigenous people's knowledge, they all need to be part of it. We need to make co-design, co-create and co-implement, and then partnerships will enhance that, and then sustain funding, which is not just project oriented approaches but program oriented approaches at landscape. Then things will go. All the work which NGO or organizations like us do, we just demonstrate things, these things can happen. But then what you said, Ulrike, that the governments need to take ownership. Unless and until they will take things forward, at scale things won't happen. Public sector needs to come into play. Thank you very much for your time and effort over there, and thank you for taking time. You all still remaining here. So thanks a lot. And let's have a group photo.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Good job. Very good job. Wonderful.